All right, testing, testing. Can you hear me? Can you hear my voice? Just going to make sure everything sounds good and everything looks good before we get started here. We're doing severe weather coverage today, but this is what it looks like outside of the weather house here in Kentucky. It's a beautiful day. It's the best looking day we've had in quite some time, actually, here in the mountains, the Appalachian Mountains. But I am inside watching a not so good day, weather-wise, unfold here in the deep south, and even sandwiching up a little bit into Iowa. You can see Freddie McKinney's feed there. The most impressive storm that we have to look at right now is in Iowa, even though our tornado situation, our main severe weather situations, more than likely going to be taking place down here in Louisiana today. So it's another one of those situations where we've got storms in Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, eventually in Mississippi, and we're also going to be dealing with that up there in portions of Iowa and maybe Missouri as well, okay? On top of the severe weather today, we've got tons of snow. All right, we've got blizzard warnings in effect from Colorado up through Nebraska into South Dakota. We've got a lot of winter storm warnings up into Minnesota, and there's just a lot of weather going on today. But the reason we're live, the thing that sparked the live stream, was this 10% hatched risk of tornadoes that we have down here in the deep south today. I'll show you some more about that over on our web side here. This is the categorical outlook. Jackson, Mississippi, you're under an enhanced risk of severe weather. That's a 3 out of 5. Okay. Shreveport, you're under a slight risk. New Orleans, you're under a slight risk. Mobile, you're under a slight risk. And then you got that marginal risk that goes all the way up to Memphis. All right. Now, what's driving this for the most part is a damaging wind threat. But there is also, very important here, a 10% hatched risk of tornadoes in portions of Louisiana and Mississippi. All right, the yellow zone there, that's where we've got a 10% probability of seeing a tornado within any given point in that zone. And the hatched line, the dotted lines in there indicate that it's a significant risk. We're expecting at least a couple of these tornadoes to be strong, and maybe they'll produce EF2 or greater damage. All right, that's what that means whenever we've got a 10% hatched risk, and that's the criteria that we've set here on this channel to go live. All right. So we're here, but boy, is this a classic Ryan Hall, y'all, conditional stream. All right, we've got a very real tornado threat down here in the south. Don't get me wrong, but there's a lot of things that can go wrong or right, however you want to put it, to make this not a very active evening as far as tornadoes go. However, at the same time, the conditions are very favorable for tornadoes. We don't know exactly what's going to happen. That's why we're live right now. We can't just put out a forecast and be like, okay, there's going to be a tornado here, take shelter now, and then I can go to sleep. No, we've got to be here with you the entire time so that we can watch the intricate changes in the atmosphere and all these, atmospheric accidents happen, cell mergers and stuff to kind of tell you point by point what these storms are doing and where the next potential tornado is going to be or where it isn't going to be. Okay, it's up in the air today. But if a tornado does form, if a storm is able to interact with the environment in just the right way, unfortunately, this is the kind of day that produces, big tornadoes that can cause some serious damage. Okay, right now the radar is looking pretty, unimpressive in my opinion. We've got a mostly linear system moving through Louisiana here. There's a couple pockets of rotation trying to pop up. And I do want to say that, of course, we're watching this main line here of convection. We're going to be watching the cold front as well. But I think what we really don't want to see today is a discrete mode. We don't want to see supercells pop up by themselves. We don't want to see cells kind of get isolated and away from the line, because that would allow them to interact with this environment even better and potentially lead to a more significant tornado threat. Right now, what I'm seeing, I'm liking. However, That doesn't mean that we're out of the woods, okay? Even if we keep a mostly linear or quasi-linear system like we've got here, there's definitely going to be embedded supercells or MLQCS style tornadoes tonight. There's going to be at least a couple of those, and even those can be very strong. And those are actually a lot harder to pinpoint and see before they happen than supercellular tornadoes. So it's very important that people have live coverage for that kind of thing, because sometimes those things pop up out of nowhere before the warning is even allowed to be issued. And you know, it's just really important to be hyper vigilant and hyper weather aware whenever we're dealing with these linear systems that can produce tornadoes. So there's a tornado threat down here. There's also a little bit of a tornado threat up here in Iowa as well, okay? We've got a cold core system right next to the blizzard warning. We've got a couple of storms trying to pop up over here in western Iowa. Some more storms are trying to fire up down here in northwestern Missouri. There's a lot of lower level, there's a lot of convective energy over here. Not in the sense of like seeing giant, thunderheads and huge high precipitation supercells, but the energy does exist here for some of these storms to spin enough to produce tornadoes. We've got backed winds. We've got just a really sharp, cool, dry air mass moving in underneath these storms, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens up here in Iowa. I'm not expecting much at all in the way of a widespread severe weather event, but there's probably going to be a couple of storms that look like they could go tornadic, or a couple of storms that actually go tornadic up here in Iowa. And that's why we've got storm chaser Freddie McKinney on the board here today, all the way up in Audubon County in Iowa. He's going to be tracking those storms, and if there is a tornado up there today, we'll be able to bring that to you through his stream. Who else do we got with us today? We've also got Brett Adair in LaSalle Parish, Louisiana. We've got Jordan Hall. His location isn't popping up right now. He should be in the automated one, if we can refresh that. Jaden Pappenheim in Wynn Parish, Louisiana. Chris Hall is in Madison Parish, Louisiana. And then that's pretty much it today. There's not a lot of storm chasers out today. Brad Arnold has dad duties that he's attending to today, and a couple others are out. But we still got quite the roster. And if there is a tornado today, we're more than likely going to bring it to you in video form so that you can see it and where it is. It's scientifically proven, guys. Once again, that if I can show you a tornado and not just all these colors on a map, then you are almost, you're a lot more likely to take the warnings and stuff seriously if you can see it. So that's the reason why we have the chasers with us. So once again, we've got some storms out there. None of them are severe warned. We don't have any severe warnings or tornado warnings right now. We do have a big tornado watch. Let me show you that one. Oh, if I can find it. There it is. All right, tornado watch currently in effect for southeastern portions of Arkansas, the vast majority of Louisiana, and extreme southeastern portions of Texas. A few tornadoes are likely, with a couple intense tornadoes possible. Scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour likely. And isolated large hail events up to 1.5 inches in diameter possible. The hail threat's pretty low today. I think we're definitely going to see some hail with these storms, but I would be surprised to see anything bigger than a quarter, okay? I don't think we're going to have any golf balls today. I don't think we're going to have very many baseballs today, but quarter-sized hail is going to be the upper echelon of what we can expect from some of these storms. And not all of them will even bring that. The biggest threats are going to be the damaging wind and the tornado threat. Currently not experiencing anything in the way of damaging winds with these storms yet. It's taking a while for them to mature. But they are going to do it. Don't get me wrong. It's going to happen. And when it does, things are probably going to become quite interesting really fast. We started at 4 Eastern. We originally wanted to start at 3, but things were kind of slow. It looks like things are probably going to continue to be slow at least for the next 45 minutes to an hour. So we've got time to, kind of relax and go over the radar here and analyze each storm and interact with chat and talk to our storm chasers and everything, hopefully before things start really popping off. How bad do you think Louisiana will get hit tonight? Louisiana is definitely going to get hit by some storms. In fact, it's happening right now. There could be a tornado or 3 or more. As far as like how bad that's going to be, that's still up in the air, and that's why we're here covering this live. We're going to figure that out as we go. We're no longer forecasting. We are now casting, okay? Yeah, there's a couple of these storms that are starting to take on a more curved appearance. This was one, for example, up here north and east of Simpson, Louisiana. That one is rotating a little bit. It's not anything crazy at all. Most of the very compact or isolated incidents where we do have some rotation, the storms that is associated with aren't very impressive yet. So we're probably, like I said, about 45 minutes to an hour away from anything concerning happening with these storms, unless something just kind of unfolds very quickly here in the next little bit. Ultra Instinct, thanks for being a member for almost a year now. That's a big deal. Please keep them away from Ohio. Yeah, Ohio, you guys are not, yeah, you're fine. Ohio, you're fine. Speaking of Ohio, just recently, Chandra got back from Russell's Point, Ohio, Indian Lake, Ohio. We did some Y'all Squad stuff. You guys will see the video from that very soon. We went up there, and I believe we did some supplies, but we also talked to individual people and just kind of started, asking people what they needed and started writing checks. We've done a lot of really good things through the Y'all Squad for the tornado victims in Ohio. And I don't know if Chandra has anything she wants to say about that. This would be a good time to do it. Just get ready and turn the lights orange when you're ready. Let's see here. What else we got? Oh my goodness. Cap, thanks for the 5 gifted. That's super, super generous of you. And the Living Miracle, thank you for being a member for 13 months. DJ has been a member for 25 months, y'all. And look at that. We've got the lights orange already. So that means it is time to talk to Chandra. Go ahead, Chandra.
Hey y'all, yeah, I just wanted to give you guys an update on what we've been up to with the Y'all Squad. If you follow me on Twitter or X, whatever the kids are calling it nowadays, I've been giving some updates of what we've been doing over the last week or two. So we have been in Ohio, and we have been writing some pretty nifty checks. So hopefully those families that were hit by the storms were greatly impacted by the Y'all Squad in order for everybody to pull together and help. So I cannot thank you guys enough for your help and your donation and your support. It's an honor to be able to get out there in the field and to give people just a little bit of light in the darkness. So I just want to say thank you to everyone, and we would like to continue this giving and we would love to continue with the Y'all Squad doing great things like this. So if you want, head over to theyallsquad.org and we will try to make that happen in any way we can.
Awesome. Thank you, Chandra. And Allie, I don't know if there's something on your end you can adjust, but the volume is very low. It was hard to hear her. So just for the next time that she comes across, we'll get that fixed, guys. Let's see what else. Hopefully you guys heard the gist there. I turned it up as much as I could on my end. We've got, Chandra went down there to Ohio, and we we helped a lot of people, and she was just talking a little bit about that. If you want to know a whole lot more about that, we're going to have plenty of information for you in our upcoming video on the Y'all Squad channel. So, yeah. Oh my goodness. And Steph, the weather wife, gifted 20 Ryan Hall Y'all memberships. Everybody say thank you to Steph. God, that's a lot. Welcome to all the new members. Let's see here. Thank you and the Y'all Squad for all you do from Katarina. No problem whatsoever. If you're just now tuning in, we are doing wall-to-wall severe weather coverage today. We've got storms that are trying to form here in Louisiana and Iowa, and we're going to be giving you the latest on that as they unfold right now. I mean, there's just not a whole lot going on. There's not even a severe thunderstorm warning. We're just waiting for that to happen. So we're just kind of getting warmed up, okay? Oh yeah, and it is if anybody's watching up north, we would love to see pictures of the snow too. Okay, Minnesota getting a lot of snow up there. I know there's a lot of people currently under blizzard warnings. There's some people that are going to end up with 15 inches of snow or more. You are a part of this as well. We're going to be checking in on you guys as much as possible. New SPC update. More rapid intensification of cells embedded within the evolving line is still possible by the 4 to 6 p.m. Central time frame, accompanied by the increasing tornado potential. So, I mean, they're just saying the same thing that I've been saying. Like, hold on, y'all. It's coming. It's coming. Yeah, so they're highlighting the risk of the line continuing to develop, and also there could be the evolution of 1 or 2 supercells, increasing the risk of tornadoes. So literally, pretty much just what we went over there. That's what's possible here. Look here, we got a Yolometer coming in from St. Cloud, Minnesota. Already got 8 or 9 inches of snow there. We haven't had this is the first year since I've started doing this where we haven't had a solely snow related live stream. We usually reserve those for large population events like something like an East Coast blizzard, something that comes through the Ohio Valley. A lot of the ones that just clip the Dakotas. There's just to be honest with you, there's not a whole lot of interest in it, and we can pretty much cover what needs to be covered on a Ryan Hall Y'all extra video. But this year there hasn't, the snow has been abysmally quiet. In fact, we've been way more busy with severe weather this winter than snow. Like it's been an odd situation. And yeah, for anybody that missed it, this is the new weather camera, 24/7 live streaming weather camera up atop the hill here at the Y'all Squad headquarters. This is what it looks like where I live today. It's beautiful out there, 70 degrees. This is currently, it just lives on the Radar Omega app, but I'm working on trying to get this live on YouTube for you all, so that you can pull it up, and it'll also go to the radar every once in a while. And the warnings that pop up on the screen, those will always be there. There's some people who would like to have something like that up in the background to just always know what's going on everywhere. It'll obviously also play like music and stuff like that. I think it would be a cool idea. Even just for my own use, like I would definitely put that on a monitor somewhere at all times just to monitor the warnings and stuff as they come in. But it's not finished yet, and it's not up yet, but that'll be something to look forward to. Chris, thank you for the very generous 99 super chat. Look at that. What you and your team do for communities is priceless, and you have certainly saved lives. Also, Chandra is the sweetest. Thank you, Chris. We appreciate the kind words. We really do. Y'all are the nicest people on YouTube, I think. Have you ever went to a live stream on YouTube with a decent amount of people watching and seeing a mostly positive chat? It's rare, but like we have our moments here on this channel. Amber says, I'm here in Fergus Falls, Minnesota, just southeast of Fargo, North Dakota, in about 45 minutes. And we have a lot of snow. I'd say about 6 inches so far. Yeah, the snow is definitely, it's going to get more intense there. Let me show you. We've got some pretty heavy snow bands back here in Nebraska, just south of Kearney. Let's see here. What else? I think right now there's a pretty big lull in most of the frozen precipitation up here. There's some decent snow bands moving through places like Fargo and the Thief River Falls between South Dakota and Minnesota. I think down here around the main low pressure center, we're going to see a lot of this precipitation start to fill in, expand, kind of like what you're seeing there. You see how it just kind of has exploded over the past little bit? That's going to continue to happen, and we'll see the precipitation kind of fan out over Nebraska, South Dakota, and Minnesota later this evening into tomorrow, and that's where we'll get some more heavy snow totals on top of what you guys have already seen. We got an interesting little storm over here in Iowa. Not rotating much from what I can tell, but it's certainly interesting. It's one that we'll have to keep an eye on, and I'm sure Freddie McKinney's got his eye on it out there. What's for dinner tonight, Ryan? I actually, right before the stream started, I already had my hamburger patties, so that's my streaming meal. Is about 1,400 calories worth of ground beef, and it keeps me going through the whole thing, and I've already scarfed it down, so no breaks for dinner tonight. We're just solely focused on the rapid relay of information here. Lots of people sending in Yalometer pictures now. It's snowing up there in Shutterberg Gardens. Oh, this is Shutterberg Gardens sending this from Gwinn, Michigan. More snow to come for you as well. Are there any I'm sorry. Are there any warnings yet? Nope, not yet. Not just yet. That's what we're waiting on. A lot of times I don't start the stream until we have our first warning, but I figured today, I mean, why not? I'm just going to hop on here. We're going to wait for the warning to come. We're going to analyze the storms as they come. We can hang out without there being a tornado on the ground. You know what I'm saying? Things are going to get a lot more active as time goes on, but for right now, things are mostly calm. I would say it's the calm before the storm, okay? still seeing, some of these storms trying to decently increase their inflow. I mean, there's some stronger storms already trying to form, but we are still a little bit out from peak intensity here, or the beginning of peak intensity. Yeah, Andy is with us today. Andy is absolutely with us today. He will pop in here before too long, I'm sure. Once again, there's just at this very moment, there's not a whole lot to comment on as far as that goes. But Andy is, he's with us. You guys will hear from him today, I promise. I don't know where. There's a pretty vast difference in the terrain between where Jaden is and where everybody else is in Louisiana. Do I have his dot? Yeah, okay. Jaden is a little bit to the north and west of Alexandria, Louisiana. Chris and Brett are more towards the eastern side of Louisiana, closer to the river, so that makes sense. Kane says, I started following you guys when the storm hit Rolling Fork, Mississippi. I'm here in Clarksdale, Mississippi, and it's extremely windy. You guys saved a lot of lives that entire day. Thank you. Kane, thank you. And by the way, I don't know if you guys remember this, or I don't know if you knew this, but yesterday, I believe, yesterday was the 1 year anniversary of the Rolling Fork tornado, the devastating EF4 that went through that town. And then we also had the Amory, Mississippi tornado that night, Silver City. That was a very long night. And unfortunately, here we are exactly a year and 1 day later, talking about generally the same area. Most of the strongest storms will probably be south of Rolling Fork tonight. We're talking more about the Vicksburg, Jackson area, Winnsboro, places like that. Speaking of that, speaking of the Rolling Fork tornado, let's do a little bit of a March. Let's watch a little bit of that while I concoct my liquid IV over here. I don't know if you guys have saw this video or not. It's probably my favorite video we've ever done. I'm just going to show you the part about the like the part that like ties into the live stream. Let me know if you can hear this. This is a live view from storm chaser Chris Hall, who is just south of Rolling Fork in Mississippi.
She needed me to turn on TV, turn on the PlayStation, put on YouTube so we can watch Wild Hall.
Anytime you see a storm like this is not one you want to mess around with.
And you kept going back to that storm and you were like, man, it's wanting to do something.
We've got to watch out for a potential tornado trying to form here as it moves up towards Cary and Rolling Fork.
Hey Ryan, tornado warning coming up for the storm in Lake Providence.
Brad Arnold, once again, the tornado sniffer, has sniffed out the tornado before it even forms here near Lake Providence, Mississippi.
You were like, no, this is on the ground and it's huge.
There is a monster major tornado on the ground here. It's dark. You can't hardly see it. There is big time debris coming up into the sky now.
And then Chris was screaming, huge wedge tornado on the ground, heading straight to Rolling Fork.
This is looks like a pretty significant tornado with lightning flashes. Oh yeah, big tornado on the ground.
We can see. We just got a good flash.
In the middle of Chris talking, I was running to the hall.
You have to run, not walk. You do not have much time. I'm not saying this to scare you. I'm telling you this because this is
this
a
tornado warning
huge,
has been upgraded.
dangerous tornado.
We all got up huddled in the hallway with the mattress over us.
When everything exploded, I could feel the wind go in and then suck back out.
And I was scared. I was yelling.
And I was smelling mud, debris being thrown through our hallway.
And I was hearing stuff being written.
You just kind of close your eyes at that point. You're just like, oh God, what is fixing to happen? You think, this is it.
This is going through the town of Rolling Fork right now. All we can do is hope for the best for these people.
I mean, it was just a vibration and a roar that I cannot explain.
And I said, oh God, the roof is gone. We need to get out.
I guess it went on for about a minute or so.
It stopped. Almost felt like a dream, like, is it really over? I saw the front of our house and I was like, our house is gone. The roof is gone. Our room is gone. I could see the sky.
Yeah,
First of all,
It was devastating. But the
yeah,
love
that was
and support
that was the
and
story
compassion.
from that family that was watching our stream when the tornado hit. There's several other stories baked into this video. If you've never seen it, you should go watch it. It's a good video. And stuff like that is what we're going to try to do more with the Y'all Squad thing. We've got it pretty much down pat. Like we know what to do in terms of like delivering supplies. We're as a nonprofit organization, we've gotten really good at bringing a truckload of supplies to a place that got hit by a tornado, or several truckloads of supplies. That's not always needed. We've also gotten really good at partnering with people and cooking food, like for thousands of people. That's not always needed. What is always needed, though, is there's families like that who lose their home or their roof gets torn off their home, and there's this gap between when that happens and when federal assistance arrives or insurance arrives. A lot of people don't even have insurance, or their insurance companies won't, help them. So we're trying to fill that gap because we're going down there immediately, right? We've got storm chasers in the area. We want to see the tornado damage. Like we're going to be there right after the tornado happens. And we're taking a lot of the Y'all Squad resources and just kind of being like, hey, here's $10,000. I hope this helps. That's the goal with the nonprofit now, on top of the other stuff that we were doing. Hopefully, eventually we can get to the point like, hey, here's a new house. You know what I mean? Don't worry about it. It's on us. Is the time wrong? I don't know. That interesting storm that I was talking about is now visible through Freddie's stream. And once again, the most interesting looking storm of the day so far is a tiny little cell up here in Iowa. We'll see if that changes over the next little bit. Lady Trucker says, thank you for what you do. I'm a truck driver and I owe you my life. You have saved me more than twice in the past years, including Mayfield, Kentucky. I was parked, and because of you, I moved. Lady Trucker, thank you so much for that. You did not have to do that, but I really appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words, and I'm glad that I could help. I'm glad that we could help. Zen gifted 5 Ryan Hall Y'all memberships. Yeah, this is a beautiful view of an isolated cell up here in Iowa. It doesn't look to me like it's about to drop a tornado, but it's certainly dropping some rain, some hail. Oh, yeah, okay. And there is some rotation with some of the storms up there in Iowa. There's another storm chaser out there in Iowa who is going to be sending us a live feed if his storm starts producing. So we're watching Louisiana and we're watching Iowa. But we still don't have a daggone warning. We don't have a single warning right now to talk about. There's just storms, all below severe limits. We expect that to change before too long. Gnome Queen says, I hate seeing y'all go live, but I'm always glad when you do. Yeah, we normally when we go live, it's because it's because there's a 10% hatch risk of tornadoes, and that usually comes with some pretty strong storms and obviously some tornadoes. Sometimes it doesn't, though. Just because there is a 10% hatch risk of tornadoes doesn't mean there's going to be this huge outbreak. That's what we always hope for, but a lot of times it does end up that way because, I mean, it's not very common. It's not very common that you get a 10% hatched risk of tornadoes. Most days, even when there's severe weather possible, you've got either a no tornado chance or a 2 or a 5%, or even a 10% chance with no hatched risk area. So the conditions are exceptionally favorable today for rotating storms. What's your outlook for Louisville, Kentucky? It's just going to rain a little bit. There might be some storms tomorrow. Nothing crazy, though. Yeah, we've got winds backing into these storms here in Louisiana on the surface. We've got a lot of strong winds aloft, west to east almost, or southwest to northeast. We've got some turning winds with height. We've got wind shear. We've got all the ingredients in place for tornadoes. We don't have a lot of convection. We don't have very mature storms that can really kind of interact with some of the really strong winds higher up. But, that's expected to continue to change. Like, we're going to see these storms grow as they move towards Alexandria, Ball, and Jenna and Harrisonsburg in Louisiana. What's your outlook for the Rolling Fork area? I think that most of the storms will stay south of Rolling Fork. But there is definitely a good chance of some strong storms in Rolling Fork. But the biggest tornado threat, in my opinion, is going to be south of there. What radar is on the top left corner? That's just another view of kind of the entire country's radar system as a mosaic. And we've got the enhanced, slight, and marginal risks on there so you can see what area we're targeting kind of more zoomed out. Andy says, hey, Ryan, I was watching your stream as we got hit by the EF1 tornado that hit Delaware, Ohio on March 14th. Your stream got me in our basement. covered with blankets, flashlights, and with our shoes on and ready to go. Andy, I love to hear that. I hate to hear that happened to you, but I'm glad that you were prepared and you saw it coming and you're okay. You wouldn't believe how many people wish they would have had shoes on. This one of the reasons why we bring it up is because it's something that you hear about a lot. Anytime there's a big devastating tornado, especially over the past couple of years, like we go there, we talk to these people. I hear stories from people who have been hit by tornadoes all the time, and the people who get unexpectedly hit, they're not watching the stream, if they're not paying attention, if it just kind of is like this thing that happens. A lot of people are in really bad situations because like maybe they're in their pajamas or something, and now their house is in rubble around them, and there's nails and glass, and they've got to walk over there really fast because there's a gas leak. But how can you do that if you're barefoot? Like, putting on shoes before you go to your tornado shelter is a big deal that a lot of people overlook. Yeah, the storms down there near Lake Charles have a pretty good environment, low 70s dew point, and we're starting to have some areas approach 2,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE, convective available potential energy. So these might have a little bit more oomph to them once they become more mature. Doesn't look like, Pikeville's not getting anything. We've got some cirrus clouds. And just some really nice weather, 70 degrees, 3.8 mile per hour breeze out of the southeast. We'll get rain tomorrow, though. That's for sure. Yeah. There's actually a couple of chasers up there in Iowa. So if something happens up there, we've got a slot. Solar eclipse coming up April 8th. How many people in chat right now live in the path or plan on going to be in the path on April 8th? I think the GFS goes out that far now, so that'll be fun. Let's see, what do we got? Surface moisture. Rotation. Ooh, there's lots of people. All right. Who wants to see the latest run of the GFS and its prediction for cloud cover? Now, this map makes no sense. Oh, wait, it does now. Did they flip it? They did flip it. Used to, this was like the white was sunny and the blue was cloudy, but I think they flipped it. Yeah, okay. Anyways, April 8th, latest run of the GFS. What's the time? 2 p.m.? Oof. Oof. Hmm. Hmm. This is like really far out. This is what are we? Well over 200 hours out. So, don't pay too much attention to this, but it does. It currently, it looks like most of the places in the path of totality are going to be cloudy on April 8th. There's a graphic that I'm going to show in our next video coming up. We're going to do like a better, once we get a little bit closer, we're going to do a full like solar eclipse forecast. But something like 70% of the totality area, on average over the past 50 years, has been cloudy on April 8th in the past. So like every April 8th, it's usually cloudy in all of these areas, almost like 60 to 70% of the time. So the odds of it being completely sunny for everyone and like it being a good viewing experience is actually not great. So that it's actually going to be really important to keep track of the forecast as we approach that, if you plan on going to go see it. I do, by the way. We're going to go see it. We're going to go and like, I don't know what everybody's plans are, but I'm not going to be at one of like the big events. I'm probably not even going to be near a big city. I'm going to pick a county road as in the middle of like a cornfield in southern Illinois or Indiana, and just pick a spot and view it there. Because I want to be mobile as well. It could be one of those situations where we've got partly sunny skies and maybe you've got to drive 3 miles north at the last minute to be able to see it. You know what I mean? Partly cloudy. But if anybody is curious about whether or not, like if you live in the path or if you live close, you should definitely go see it. It's very cool. I went in 2017 and it was nuts. Freddie's giving us another good view here, or he was, of the underside of that storm up there in Iowa. Still no warnings, y'all. Still absolutely no severe warnings whatsoever. Yeah, the only way that I won't be going to see the eclipse is if there is some sort of big severe weather outbreak. And the lights are green. Look at that. We've got Andy wanting to talk to us. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, you guys got me? Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
We didn't do the audio check before the stream, so I wasn't sure. Thank you. Okay. As you said, nothing's happening right now. I waited an hour before, giving an update just to see if, anything would start happening. But since we haven't gotten anything yet, I'll talk about a few things. Also, it is good to see you all again. Thanks for asking about me. I'm reading all the chat and so forth. The things I want to bring up for this stream that are valid now, and also for the rest of the time that will be live today, which I think will be quite a few hours into the evening, given what I'm seeing on the models. The first thing is not related to the storms directly, but it is related to what some of you guys are saying in chat, which is to do with the really strong winds well away from the storm. So you guys in Tennessee, especially Western Tennessee, Eastern Missouri, Southern Illinois, Western Kentucky, all in that area, you guys are seeing really strong gradient winds. So those are just winds that are a result of the pressure gradient force. There's a really strong high pressure in the northeastern states, and we've got our pretty strong low pressure out in the central plains near Iowa. That's causing those storms up near Iowa, one of which is rotating. You could take a look at that one, Ryan, north and west of Des Moines. I think that will have a brief land spout potential. Anyways, that's caused by that huge pressure gradient we have. So really strong gusty winds are probably knocking over your patio furniture and so forth. But that is not much to do with the tornadic storms that we may see later on today in this line. What I'm concerned about with those storms, especially as we get toward the eastern half of our first tornado watch, we'll see another tornado watch that encompasses a lot of southern Mississippi and the rest of our enhanced 3 out of 5 outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. I am looking for that part where all those supercells are right now. They're kind of oriented like a slash rather than a straight north and south line. Any part of that line of embedded supercells or storms in general that starts to straighten out and looks like a straight north and south line, that's going to be the part that I have my eye on closest for the tornado threat that's in place today. We have a ton of changing winds in the first kilometer above your heads. About 0 feet to 3,000 feet above the surface is when those winds are really packing a punch and changing quite dramatically, with some huge curved photographs that we'll show later maybe. And that's your primary thing for tornado genesis. But what's weird today is that we are seeing that sort of profile with primarily this linear threat. And I think it's really cool because I haven't really seen this strong of low-level shear anytime recently with a primarily linear threat. So I'm curious to see. It'll be good for this sort of analysis and case study of how these storms interact and how the storm type interacts with the environment at play. So what I'm looking for again is when those storms start to straighten out more in that line, I think that will be a lot more efficient for producing tornadoes because the winds can much more easily get wrapped up into any existing pocket of vorticity or spinning air at the surface and near the base of the clouds. So really watching for that. If you see that, Ryan, definitely you'll have your eye on that as well. Currently, the cold front is catching up with all those supercells that are in the line there. So there's 2 different lines, and I think we may see some interesting interactions when those merge as well. So as we go through the night, watch for when that line kind of starts to tilt more north and south. I think that's when we'll see our tornadoes, and I think that the shear that I brought up is pretty conducive for those bowing segments to happen. That'll push out one of those storms out forward, and we'll see that orientation happen. So that's what I'm looking for. While we have no warnings right now, I am waiting to see that in terms of getting some warnings on board and getting some life-saving information out there today. So thank you guys for being here. Sorry I wasn't here during the last one. It sounded like a doozy, Ryan. I sound like an absolute doozy.
Yeah, it was. That's the perfect word to describe it, a doozy. And hopefully today isn't as much of a doozy, but as Andy just said, we're going to be here for several hours, well into the evening. And as time progresses,
hey Ron, it's Chris.
We'll
Do you
become
have
a little
copy?
bit more active, or progressively. Hold on, what was that?
Hey Ron,
Chris.
it's Chris. Do you have a copy?
Chris, I sure do. What's up? That's Chris Hall, Storm Chaser Chris Hall. He's got something.
Hey man, so we've been hogging I-20, trying to watch these storms to the south. I do think we may be starting to get a little bit more of action now, particularly watching the cell that is north of Alexandria, nearing the town of Georgetown. There goes another chaser. But anyway, they watching that one in particular, it looks like it's underwent a couple of cell mergers, and it's getting the supercellular top look. It's still a little bit out in front of that cold front, and as it moves on up towards 20, we're going to watch it closely, and we can easily drop south towards it. But that's the one I'm watching for now, and I'm pretty sure probably every other chaser in Louisiana as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Chris is talking about this storm right here. And how it's coming together, trying to look a little bit more supercellular as it moves off to the north and east. It is curved. It's starting to have a little bit more rotation. It's broad at this point, but that's definitely one to watch, and that's the one that Chris is going to be going after. Chris is live streaming for us, so we'll see that. once that gets into his field of view. But Andy just walked us through pretty much what we're going to be looking at or looking for over the next several hours. We've got two separate lines. This one right here is about to merge or push up against our big, more convective line over here. And when that happens, we might see some interesting, interactions between those. And then especially the farther east that these storms go, the more likely it is that we're going to see them be able to interact with that wind shear. So places near Alexandria, Cottonport, Marksville, all the way over to Vidalia, Fayette, Vicksburg, maybe even all the way over towards Jackson and a little bit farther east. You guys, you've got to be ready for some significant severe weather tonight in the form of damaging winds and tornadoes, which will be fast moving and hard to see. Okay, a lot of times when people think about tornadoes, you think about looking outside and there's a big monster coming for you and you can kind of see it coming and know what to do. This is the kind of situation where we're probably going to have a lot of fast moving, maybe even rain wrapped tornadoes. You're not going to be able to see them coming. They're going to form really quickly. So every tornado warning that is issued, every considerable severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag needs to be taken very seriously this evening, because any storm is going to be able to produce a tornado in this line. Given how much shear there is, there's a lot for these storms to work off of, and also this storm up here and other storms are going to be forming as well, but they're starting to rotate up here in Iowa. You can see a very good look at this from Storm Chaser Freddie McKinney's feed. Let me pull that up full for you. Yeah, look at that. I mean, it's absolutely rotating. You can see it on radar here. We've got the greens next to the reds. We've got some indication of counterclockwise rotation here with this storm. It's isolated. This is a completely different situation. If we get a tornado up here, you're almost certainly going to be able to see it. It's a good thing we've got Freddie McKinney near Coon Rapids, Iowa right now, giving us a live view of that. And there's a couple of other people up here as well that have gotten their eyes on this storm. And if it starts to produce or if anything starts to happen with it, we'll put their live streams up as well. There's currently no warning, and honestly, there's not an immediate need to watch out per se ahead of this storm, but this storm is going towards places like Dana, Patton, Harcourt, Dayton, and Stratford in Iowa. Okay, so y'all just, there's this little storm coming. It's rotating. We're watching it, and you should watch it too. Back down here in Louisiana, if we're to get a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning even from any of these storms, it's going to be one of the or part of the line here north and west of Alexandria. We've got a pretty decent heavy rain, lightning, and wind maker getting ready to move into Georgetown, Louisiana. Also, what is that? Mudville, Louisiana, and Breezy Hill. This is going to go towards the Highway 165 corridor there. Another really nice looking storm down here near Colfax. That's going to move up towards Pollock and Dry Prong in Louisiana. And then last but not least, this one's probably going to grow pretty quickly and probably even become the most intense of these three because it's got access to the most moisture over here near Simpson. This storm's going to grow and continue to affect places like Jericho, Wilda, and Quadrate over towards the I-49 corridor north and west of Alexandria. So these storms are probably going to start having some severe thunderstorm warnings associated with them. We're looking at potentially seeing some 50, 60 mile an hour wind gusts and some hail. The hail's not going to be huge. I wouldn't expect to see anything much larger than a quarter. But that is definitely possible with these storms. And the farther south we go, the less impressive the storms look right now, but these will continue to grow as they move off to the east into the northeast. And eventually these will make it up there towards Winsboro, Vicksburg, Jackson, Fayette, Vidalia, Faraday. All you guys, a lot of you are probably tuned in from that area, but that's where it's going next. Man, this is a beautiful looking storm here from Freddie's point of view. It's small. My favorite if I'm storm chasing, my favorite storm is a very small storm. And because you can just see everything about it, and it's a sight to see. And this is a really small storm, and there's a lot going on here that you can see. If he gives us another wide view, we'll talk about it a little bit. But I think over here we're looking more towards the forward flank. He's pretty much right underneath it. Look at that. Oh, we've even got some cloud to ground lightning with that. That's cool. So, you know, even that storm is increasing in intensity here. And once again, that's up there in Iowa, just a little bit to the south of Fort Dodge, you know, quite a bit to the northwest of Des Moines, more specifically close to Grand Junction and Dana. And actually, yeah, that last radar return there shows a pretty healthy core on this storm. So it's raining heavily, probably some hail, getting ready to move into Patton and Dana in Iowa. And that's the storm that Freddie is showing us right now. Where's the tornado sniffer? Well, Brett Adair goes by the tornado sniffer. And he's here with us in Louisiana. Brad Arnold, if that's who you're talking about, is currently, he's not chasing today. He had some other stuff come up that he had to take care of. Casey says, I'm thankful for your work and all that your team does. Any predictions for Northeast Georgia for tonight and tomorrow? There's going to be a general chance of some thunderstorms, some gusty winds, but nothing, we're not expecting anything crazy. Biggest thing is probably going to be the, you know, some of the strong winds out ahead of the storms. And right when they first hit, we'll probably have some gusty winds over there in Georgia. If you are just now tuning in, we're going back and forth between Iowa and Louisiana right now, as those are our two places where we've got storms popping up. We expect these to get more intense, and we're going to have severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings a little bit later on. But right now, we're just in the pre-game era of this potential outbreak, and we are just waiting for things to happen and, you know, talking to chat, looking at models, looking at outlooks and stuff like that. If this would be a good opportunity, though, if you wanted to help spread the word, if things do pop off later and we've got tornadoes and you know, we've got really important information that we need to share to a large amount of people, the only way that we are able to do that, because we don't, you know, we're not funded by some billionaire conglomerate TV network. There's no way that we get our broadcast out to other people without you all. So the way it works is as many of you as you can get together and share the link to this stream on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, whatever it is, Snapchat, if that's still a thing, and just try to get as many people in here as possible, especially if they live in some of the affected areas here, so that you know, we can relay that information to them, and also so that, you know, YouTube kind of promotes us to more people that might desperately need the information as it comes out. So yeah, please share this on social media, and then also, if you don't want to share, that's fine, but at least click the like button, just like you would on any other YouTube video. That'll tell YouTube that, hey, this, you know, maybe this stream isn't bad, so therefore we should, you know, promote it to other people. And somebody's watching Mr. Beast right now in Iowa, and they don't know that there's a little storm that might try to produce a tornado here in a minute, and we're going to pop up just in time to kind of, you know, let them know. And if it does produce a tornado, we'll have live footage of it here through Freddie McKinney's stream. So it's a beautiful thing, but the only way it works is if we all work together. So if you don't care, consider sharing the stream. Still got a slant look to our more southern line of storms. One of the things Andy told us to look out for as time goes on is for the storms to have a more straight up and down look to them. And part of that is going to happen here over the next little bit, especially as that the line behind it that was moving a little bit faster kind of pushes into it. But it'll take a while for it to get to the point where we're looking at the majority of the storms being vertically stacked here as they move towards Mississippi. Still, I mean, I would say that it won't be long before we see at least a severe thunderstorm warning off of one of these storms that are moving towards Alexandria. What are you expecting for the Lake Charles, Louisiana area? Pretty much what you're getting right now is what we're expecting. There are some storms behind you, okay, back towards southeast Texas that could grow enough to be more of like an actual storm by the time it gets to you. But there's a lot of just small showers and storms that are popping up around Lake Charles that will eventually become larger storms, in southeast Louisiana and Mississippi.
Keep it on, like, my eyes are latched onto the radar right now. There's a prefrontal out in front of the line. I think over the town of Oberlin. I think that was the town name. It's a prefrontal. It's a mini cell, but it already has a decent amount of rotation on it. You can check it out and just look at it.
All right, Chris is he's latched on to the radar, and he's saying that we should take a look at this storm over here near Oberlin. And yeah, I mean, this is the kind of thing that we're watching. Most of the focus is on that larger area of convection, the big slanted line, but the little confluence-like bands that are kind of popping up out in front of this, that are, if the storms inside of these, the more isolated storms inside of these bands are allowed to mature enough, there's absolutely more ingredients in that little warm sector for them to maybe try to produce a tornado. So we do have to watch even little storms like this northwest of Oberlin for their potential to try to do something as they approach places like Ward and Canton. Right now, though, if you're in Canton, Ward, Bond, or Beaver in Louisiana, don't freak out. There's no reason to kind of panic or even be overly concerned just yet. Just know that we're watching a storm that might try to twist a little bit as it moves towards you, and maybe that's something that you should keep an eye on as well. Will St. Louis see rain and thunder? Definitely rain. St. Louis definitely also could see some thunder as well. Or hear some thunder, I guess I should say. But the big severe weather risk is either far to your south or a little bit to your north and west. The biggest part of the storms that we're watching today. Amelia Black, thanks for the 5 gifted. Everybody say thank you to Amelia and congrats to all the new members. Autumn says an EF2 cycled before it came to my house in Ohio, missing us by minutes. Thank you for all that you do and the coverage. I'm so glad to hear that it missed you, obviously. William Booth says, I'm just now joining. Can you give me a summary of what has happened so far? And yeah, it's pretty much what you're seeing right now. We've had some garden variety, for the most part, thunderstorms form here in Louisiana. They're starting to get close to severe limits, so we'll see what happens with that. But, just some regular springtime storms down here. And, some tiny storms that are actually trying to rotate a little bit up here in Iowa. We've had no severe thunderstorm warnings. We've had no tornado warnings. So, and that's about where we are. Things are still on the up. We're still waiting for those warnings to start coming out, but that's where we are right now. Freddie McKinney continues to give us a spectacular view of the storm up there near Coon Rapids, Iowa, more specifically near Dana. Iowa, and Patton, Iowa. Storm's still rotating a little bit too. It's not, I don't think it's as much as it was a minute ago, but it's certainly still rotating. Ryan, do you do tours of the weather house? No, unfortunately, we don't. There's a YouTube video somewhere where we walk around it. It's changed a lot since that video, but we need to do a new one. But no tours. Ohio, yeah, Ohio's good tonight, guys. You guys are, you're not in the risk for the most part. Let me show the risk areas again, just so everybody is on the same page. This is for today, the day one outlook. Our enhanced risk and our slight risk of severe weather is way down here in Louisiana, Mississippi, a little bit of Alabama, Arkansas, Texas. And then we've got this marginal up here in portions of Missouri and Iowa for those little storms that Freddie is tracking right now. There's going to be a series of those that pops up throughout this marginal risk. Some of them could drop some hail, maybe cause some wind, very marginal tornado threat as well, but it's all there. It's all possible. Now, there is a general thunderstorm risk that kind of works its way into western Ohio. That's for much later, and I don't expect anything more than some gusty winds, maybe some very small hail, lightning, thunder, that good stuff. Hey, Ryan, you got any predictions on tropical activity this year? I haven't thought too much about it just yet, but we are thinking about probably within the next month or two doing that video where we do a tropical outlook. I think we might be going towards a neutral phase or eventually back towards La Nina, so that'll be interesting to talk about, but I haven't formulated any thoughts about the tropical season just yet. Survive a Storm has gifted 20 Ryan Hall Y'all memberships. Survive a Storm, if you guys didn't know, big supporter here of the channel. The Weather House, if we did give tours of the Weather House, part of it would be our Survive a Storm shelter. Right outside. I'm about 15 steps away from our tornado shelter. It sits on our back patio. It's an above ground tornado shelter. Coolest thing you've ever seen. Yeah, they're just really cool company to work with, and they've got some of the most interesting residential and commercial storm shelters I've seen. This is a look at the one that I have. I have the Twister Pod. I think it's the Twister Pod Max. It holds like 6 people. And, you wouldn't think so, but it is rated for up to EF4, EF5 winds. Okay. And it's all steel. It's not going to leak. It's not going to crack. It's not going to bust. It's not going to crumple. And it's cool. And it's affordable. That's the big thing. A lot of people think when, I got to get a storm shelter, you think about digging underground and doing this whole $20,000 ordeal. That's an option. Obviously, everybody has that option, and it's a good one. But that's not your only option. Survive a Storm Shelters is providing a unique opportunity for people to get storm shelters. Maybe you put it in your garage, or if you've got a big metal building that you work out of, you can put it in there. It's way better than most of the other alternatives in those situations. Or maybe if you got a mobile home, this would be perfect for that. or if you don't have a basement, you don't have a, something like that. Twister, we don't have any of that here where the weather house is. So the twister part is, it's insanely necessary. And of course, there's a link to their website in the description. You can chat with them and all that good stuff. If you're interested. Oh, and also, a huge shout out to them for giving you all 20 free memberships. That's cool. Oh my gosh. Look what Chris found. 1, 2, 3, 4 Tesla Cybertrucks in Tallulah, Louisiana. You guys know how hard those things are to get your hands on right now? What are 4 of them doing in Tallulah, Louisiana? That's crazy. Hey, look. I think we've got ourselves a warning. We sure do. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Grant Parish, LaSalle Parish, and Wynn Parish in Louisiana. The first warning of the day. A severe thunderstorm warning in Louisiana. That's going to be less than an inch in diameter hail, so that's going to be smaller than quarter size, probably pea-size hail, if anything, and winds up to 60 miles per hour. Expect damage to roofs, sidings, and trees. Locations impacted include Jenna, Ola, Midway, Pollock, Dry Prong, Tulos, and Georgetown. It's moving 50 northeast at 50 miles per hour. So really the strongest part of the storm is about right in here. Moving north. Oh, crud. Some other places, other than the ones that I just named off, would be Camp Hardenter and Halcott in the path of that one. Once again, 60-mile-an-hour winds is going to be the main deal with that. This one has been trying to rotate for a while now, too. It's got a little bit of a surge of inflow trying to come into it. We'll see what happens, but it's not even close right now to trying to produce a tornado. It can happen quickly, though. Is the storm going to hit Cedar Rapids? There will be some part of the storm that hits Cedar Rapids, but it's not going to be the the part that we're live for. You know what I mean? There's a general thunderstorm risk. Holy smokes. Look at Brett Adair's feed here. Talk about some intense low-level winds. Dang. Brett Adair's location is... he's a little bit farther north and east into Louisiana. He's closer to Windsor and Natchez. He's actually positioned himself almost directly in the path of this severe thunderstorm warning. So by the time that this particular storm gets to him, I wouldn't be surprised if it's not a lot more mature and trying to rotate pretty significantly. So he's in a good position. And like anytime you see that, anytime you like this isn't sped up or anything. But anytime you see those really low level, clouds out ahead of the storms, moving that quickly, there's some shear, there's some spin in the atmosphere, and we're going to see what it does with that as it interacts with it. Yeah, if you got any pictures or videos you want to share with me, a storm report, or if you want to tag me in something that you found that is newsworthy, X or Twitter is the best place to do that. At Ryan Hall, y'all, is my tag or my handle, whatever it's called, username. You can send stuff to me over there, and I'll relay it here.
Hey Ryan, do you have a copy?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dibble. What's up?
Go ahead and take a look at the 20Z HRRR. This event in Dixie is definitely nowhere near over.
All right. Let's take a look at the 20Z HRRR. Let's see. One of the things that's important to remember is these models, right, are just models. And the closer we get to the event actually occurring, the less relevant they become, to a point like obviously about 12 hours before they're extremely relevant, but every hour beyond 12, or every hour beyond the moment that the storms start to actually show up on radar and you can actually track them, they become a little bit less relevant. But we still look at them for cues and signs of what could happen through their simulations. This is the HRRR. Let me just get to the point here. And this is a simulated example of what the radar could look like tonight. And this is, it's currently 5:26 on the East Coast. This is what we could be looking at 7 p.m. Still a cluster of storms moving up into the Mississippi, Louisiana, and Arkansas tri-state area. More stronger storms forming to the south as well, possibly interacting with that lower level jet. And my goodness, yeah, everything looks a little bit more broken apart here. And there's a pretty good signal for some discreteness with these storms, according to the HRRR, at least for a period of time, especially between, I'd say, 8 p.m. and midnight. But even, once again, I want to reiterate, even if we don't see discrete storms, even if we don't see the broken southern end like this, even if it's just a line of storms, the tornado threat is still very much there. Significant tornado parameter kind of puts the lower level jet and the cape and everything together and plots a general tornado juice indicator, I guess. and it's decent out there. We're seeing some 6s, some 7s, and it mushes up right against the convection. All right, a lot of times you'll see elevated significant tornado parameter values. For example, out here in southeast Louisiana, those don't mean anything if there's no storms that don't form in them, right? If we had very high tornado parameter values out here in Georgia, but there were no storms, it wouldn't matter. But we're seeing some elevated, ingredient levels for tornadoes mushing right up against the convection, right up against the line, and there's a chance that little storms can form right in the middle of that and take advantage of that, once again, nadir juice, tornado juice, whatever you want to call it, and that's something to watch. That's why we have the tornado watches in place, the outlook, the ingredients are there, and they're there for the taking. Will they be took? That's what we're here to witness today and try to guide you through as it happens. So yeah, we're going to be here at least till 10-11 p.m., maybe even possibly even longer than that. So strap in. Yeah, little pockets of rotation are starting to become more apparent all up and down the line. The storm up here in Iowa, by the way, continues to grow and look more impressive on radar. I would probably expect there to be a severe thunderstorm warning issued for this at some point in the near future as well, maybe for Dayton and Stratford, Iowa. And more storms are forming behind that. So to the west of Des Moines, we've got other little cells popping up. Not rotating much right now, but we'll see what happens with them as they continue to move towards Ames, Des Moines, eventually maybe even as far east as Webster City, Hampton, in the I-35 corridor. Our chasers, I mean, other than Brett Adair, we don't have a view of our severe thunderstorm warning. And it's still quite a bit in front of Brett Adair, so we've got to wait for the storm to get to him before we see what happens with that. Yeah, the shear. I mean, there's plenty of wind shear. That's not the problem at all. Jordan Otter. Sorry if I butchered that, but thank you so much for being a member for 20 months. Most places still surface-based Cape around 1,000 to 1,500. Actually, up there where Brett's storm is, there's not much convective available potential energy at all. Lots of shear, though. Lots of big, beefy, curved hodographs out in that warm sector. It's a small warm sector. Yeah, things are coming together slowly but surely. How's it looking for South Carolina? South Carolina, you're good. Yeah, you've got nothing to worry about today whatsoever. Let's zoom in on some of these storms again. Once again, we've only got one warning right now. It's a severe thunderstorm warning for Grant Parish and Wynn Parish in Louisiana. It's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds moving towards Jenna in Louisiana, Little Creek and Somerville. there's no, well, I mean, there's a little bit of rotation trying to occur here within the base of the storm down there near Halcott, but it's nowhere near the level that it would need to be to prompt a tornado warning. That's expected to potentially increase, though, as it moves up towards Harrisonburg and Sicily Island. But remember, some of the more impressive Cape numbers, some of the more impressive moisture values and just general energy is down here in southern Louisiana. That is going to move north and east a little bit with the system as it progresses. But we're also watching these storms as well, because even in the short term, these can kind of intensify quite a bit as well. We've got little areas trying to rotate with these storms, and they are also getting more mature. Like we're seeing some more bright reds and dark reds and purples pop up in some of these small showers that were just, little blips not too long ago. So we'll see what happens with those as they move farther east. Let's go check back in on our storm up here in Iowa, or our group of storms. This one is interesting. I mean, it's not, it's no longer rotating in the way that it was, that, kind of led us to believe that there might be a tornado or land spout about to happen, but it could get back to that point. Right now, that we've got a little bit of a split going on. It looks like it might be becoming a little outflow dominant. Sorry. And at this very moment, it's mostly just a heavy rain and maybe some small hail producer. But Freddie's got his eye on it still. And he's obviously going to let us know if that changes, and it very well could. Another storm back here towards I-80 near Adair. Watching that one. And there's a couple more down here near Villisca and Corning in Iowa. None of these are severe. The one up here near Harcourt and Dayton is probably pretty close, but it's not severe. Jenna is Gina. Okay. I noted. Four cats and a dude. Says, or he gifted 5 Ryan Hall y'all memberships. Thank you. Everybody say thank you to 4 cats and a dude. Heather says, hello from Mississippi State University. Can you explain why it's more favorable for tornadoes when the storm line is straight as opposed to slanted like it is now? Thank you. Thank y'all for everything you do. It's not generally it's not like all the time tornadoes are more favorable when the line is straight. Sometimes a slanted line can be very favorable for tornadoes. It's in this specific instance. It's one of the things that we're going to look for to indicate that we're getting to the point to where the storms are interacting with the winds in a way that can make them favorable for tornadoes. Sometimes, it's all about like the surface winds, the mid-level winds, and the upper-level winds coming together in such a way that allows the entire storm to rotate. A lot of times you want those upper-level winds and the ones closer to the surface to be kind of perpendicular. And in this, instance, we think that that's going to be a little bit more likely once the line takes more of a straight appearance here. But like sometimes a straight line, it can just be a squall line, and it's just damaging winds. I don't want anybody to think that anytime you see a straight line of storms, like you've got to worry about tornadoes. It's just tonight, that's one of the indicators that we're looking for. Thank you for including Iowa. No problem. We anytime there's a potential tornado or severe storm anywhere while we're doing this, like we try to touch on all of them. We've only got one warning right now. It's a severe thunderstorm warning. Has the National Weather Service issued a tornado watch yet? Yes. Yeah, there's currently a tornado watch for a good chunk of Louisiana and a little bit of southeast Arkansas, a little bit of west Mississippi, southwest. The storms are moving towards Rolling Fork, Mississippi, but not the strongest ones. It's probably going to storm tonight in Rolling Fork. You are under a risk for severe weather, so just be ready for that. Logan, thanks for becoming an official sponsor. That's big. Is it gonna be bad? We don't know. It could be. That's why we're here. We go live anytime. It could be bad. It doesn't always end up being bad. You've still got quite a bit of time before these storms get to Jackson, Mississippi. It's going to happen later tonight, but we're still several hours away from that. How many members now, Ryan? I don't know how many members we have. It jumps around from 2,000 to 5,000. I don't know the exact number right now. I'll have to get that pulled back up on the stream. And we'll probably do a lot of the trip around the solar eclipse. A lot of that will probably be members only content. I think during totality, obviously, we'll probably do like a public stream, but like that's going to be like an all day event, you know. The Weather Nerd, thank you for that. Thoughts on Tony? I don't know what that means. Is that a place? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Another warning that we just got is a flash flood warning, actually. Flash flood warning for Vernon Parish in west central Louisiana until 7:30 p.m. Central. Yeah, look at this. These storms are pretty much not moving. Like there's like a channel here that they're going over the same areas over and over again, kind of like train tracks. Each storm is a cart on the train tracks, and it's just dumping rain. How much rain? 4 inches. A couple places have gotten 4 inches in a very short period of time. North of Rose Pine, close to Sandy Hill, Fort Polk, North Fort Polk, some 4.3 inch estimations there from the radar. And there's a lot more to come. I mean, I don't see an end very soon here with these storms continuing to follow the very similar path there. So if we're in Vernon Parish, Louisiana, and you live in a flood-prone area, pay attention to the waterways. Weather Nerds meant tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a much more calm day. I think we're going to have some storms in the Ohio Valley and up towards the Great Lakes. We're going to have a couple of storms down south as well, but there's not going to be nearly as much. I mean, there's not much moisture today. There's not much, warm, moist air to work with today. There's going to be a lot less tomorrow. There's going to be a lot less of everything, but that doesn't mean that there won't be storms. There's definitely going to be storms. A few of them could even rotate. But we're not. Tomorrow doesn't look like a live stream today right now. I wish it was just always like this right here, except for maybe like. Obviously, I like storms. Like you can't be in the position that I'm in without liking storms. I probably wouldn't want it to be this nice every day forever, but most days, yeah, I'd like this. This is a live view from atop the weather house here, way up on the hill in eastern Kentucky, looking to the west, and even way up here, surface winds are pretty. I mean, they're not crazy. We're talking about 6 to 9 miles per hour over the past little bit. But if you look up at the sky, those cirrus clouds are moving pretty quick. So we're all able to see some parts of the mechanisms that are leading to this storm pretty much anywhere east of the Rockies right now. Bryn McKinley says she left work early to go watch severe weather coverage on YouTube. We're glad to have you here, Bryn. There's going to be more to cover, I think, here soon. Have you been watching March Madness? Yes. My bracket is busted completely. I did choose Purdue to win the national championship, so that's still a possibility, but pretty much everything else is just gone. Nothing moving towards Jackson, Tennessee right now, no. Fuzzy says, "Thanks for all you do, Ryan. I'm curious, how did you get your start in covering weather? Do you have any advice for those aspiring to cover weather?" I got my start at WYMT in Hazard, Kentucky, the CBS affiliate here. Worked with Chief Meteorologist Shane Smith, and just really fell in love with the idea of weather coverage, especially live weather coverage, but really fell in hate with everything else about that job. And I just realized it wasn't for me. 1, 2, skip a few. Here we are, several years later. Decided to do it on YouTube instead, just as like a whim. Like, oh, maybe there's like a couple other weather nerds that will watch this, and it's turned into this, and it's the best job in the world. It's what I've always wanted to do. So glad that I don't have to do it in a suit and a tie and in front of a green screen for, a television network. That would be a great job too, and I'd be honored to do that. And anybody who does do that has an awesome job, and they should be proud of what they're doing. But I obviously like this a lot better. How do you feel about Tennessee tonight? I feel great about Tennessee tonight. I don't think there's going to be very many problems over there. Extreme southwest Tennessee near Memphis, you might get a stronger storm or two, gusty wind, but it's not going to be anything at all, really. Let's check back in on our storm. I mean, it continues to try to rotate. It continues to be not so successful. It looks like the storm near Dry Prong is going to give it a go as well. So yeah, still not seeing much of anything to really talk about here with these storms. We're just waiting on them to potentially become a little bit more organized and start rotating as they approach the Mississippi River Valley here. Let's go back up to Iowa. Look at that as well. These storms are growing. They're more numerous right now, but they're actually, from what I can tell, they're a little bit less intense than some of the moments earlier where we've had those really impressive views from Freddie. So we'll see if that continues to be the trend. But we've still got some decent storms moving up here towards Jefferson and Webster City and Clarion. None of these places are under a severe thunderstorm watch, warning, or anything like that right now. Oh, you're member number 901? How do you guys know what number member you are? That would be an easy way to figure out how many we've got. Our latest member, just tell us what number you are if there's some way to figure that out. How old are you? I just turned 30 about I don't know how to do math. I turned 30 about 15 days ago. Yeah. There is a damaging wind report that's come out of the Shreveport area from earlier. It's the only wind report we've received, and this was, a couple hours ago. 911 dispatch confirmed a report of trees and power lines down, with a tree down on a home trapping residents. So that's storm is obviously well past beyond that point now. Cam says severe weather has been quiet in central Alabama this spring thus far. Do you think that will change next month? I don't think it will, but it definitely could. Obviously, Alabama, that's a hot spot for severe weather in honestly multiple months throughout the year, but especially in April. So I would say that definitely don't let your guard down. But if you watch a video I did not too long ago, it was kind of like one of those Outlook kind of things. We talked about severe weather for this spring, and I do think that obviously, just like every other spring, there's going to be quite a bit of severe weather in Alabama. But I think if there's going to be more severe weather than usual anywhere, it's not going to be in Alabama. It's more than likely going to be farther to the west and to the northwest this time, which is different. The last 3 years we've had more severe weather than usual in places like Alabama. So you guys could definitely use the break. Felicia says, Ryan, I swear you look just like my son. I get that a lot. I look like a lot of people's sons. The Sublime Monk, thank you for becoming a member. Aiden says, a year ago today, I joined. Thanks for being a member. And I've watched almost every time you've gone live since. Thanks for what you do. Well, thank you, Aiden. Yep, what we've got going on right now is a bunch of garden variety thunderstorms in a strongly sheared environment. What happens next? That's what we're here to find out. Severe thunderstorm conditions are probably dissipating in our original severe thunderstorm warning area here. A new severe thunderstorm warning may be issued farther north towards Clarks, Grayson, Columbia, and Winnsboro, but it looks like the original severe thunderstorm warning is less needed at this point. How are your children doing? Hey, great. The oldest one's got soccer practice tonight. Loves soccer. And I didn't know it until he started doing soccer practice, but I like soccer too. Let's go check in on our storm in Iowa again. This one's getting a little bit more intense. The one to the west of Dana now. Something about that area that's just really blowing these storms up. Also, the one down near Guthrie Center. Got a little bit of a hail core on it. We'll see what happens with that. Our severe weather thunderstorm warning in the south has been allowed to expire. Still got blizzard warnings out here in Nebraska and South Dakota for the next 361 minutes, 500 minutes. Additional snow accumulations of 1 to 3 inches and winds gusting as high as 55 miles per hour over here in Nebraska over the next little bit. A little bit more snow than that is going to be possible in eastern South Dakota up into Minnesota as these snow bands kind of compile over that area overnight tonight into tomorrow. Thanks for the happy birthdays. Mike. Mike says, Ryan, you look like my daughter. Hey. Thank you. Thanks, Mary, for the happy birthday. Rory, thanks for becoming a member. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm calling it soccer. It's I know it's football, but I'm from Eastern Kentucky, you know. I feel like we've had more of these kinds of streams over the past, couple of months than we've ever had. These highly conditional kind of setups. Sometimes they really pop off. Sometimes they don't. We're still yet to see what's going to happen today, but the chance for significant severe weather still exists over the next little bit. Football. What happened to the Y'all Squad truck? If you're talking about the Suburban, we still have it. In fact, that's what the Y'all Squad just drove to Ohio when they spent a couple days down there doing their thing. Unfortunately, we haven't had the opportunity to send the Y'all Squad to an area before a big storm and do the whole live reporting thing, mostly because there hasn't been a need to. Like, we're probably going to reserve those kinds of deployments, I guess, if you want to call it that, for the days where we've got an enhanced or like a moderate risk on like a day 2. You know what I mean? Like, we've got time, we know what's coming, it's going to be this big thing. We know that the Y'all Squad's going to have to be going somewhere. We're just going to go ahead and send them out. That's going to come from the bigger events, I think. Now the chat is just full of people I look like. Storms in Louisiana look, storms in Louisiana look even less impressive right now than they did a few moments ago. We'll see if that changes, and I expect that it will over the next little bit. But we've got a little bit of a lull in activity, at least for the short term here. Back up towards Iowa, a little bit of an opposite situation going up here. These storms look more intense, but they're still not to severe limits. Anything with Missouri? No, Missouri's kind of in the middle of everything. We've got, well, northwest Missouri might have some storms. In fact, there's some storms right now occurring in northwest Missouri near Maryville, up there towards the Iowa border. The reason Missouri you're kind of highlighted on the thumbnail is because you just happen to be in between our two target zones. It is going to rain and storm tonight, though, all across Missouri for the most part. It's just not going to be very severe. Probably not, for most of you, not severe at all. Yeah, I would consider Tennessee a part of Dixie Alley to an extent. Just to have another quick look at what the radar could look like as we go through the next few hours. Let's take another look at our most recent run of the HRRR. So this is 7 p.m., okay? 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Central. This is what we're looking like here. I think that peak activity is going to be occurring somewhere between that time and 9 or 10 p.m. We're going to be pretty linear by the time we get to 11, squall line. But there's still, even at this point, there's a chance for some prefrontals to pop up. So all night, the conditions are going to be changing, and the parts of the storm that we're going to be looking at are going to be changing as well. Significant tornado parameter. Still looks like there's going to be a decent amount, especially between 6 and 9 p.m. or, between right now and, 3 hours from now. There's going to be quite a bit of favorable ingredients in place for these storms to take advantage of. Are the storms going to be there? Are they going to be strong enough to take advantage of those ingredients? That's the questions that we still have to answer. Very interesting stuff. Beyond that, we'll take a look at the extended a little bit later. Where is this? We're currently looking at Louisiana. There's currently no warnings. There's no reason to look anywhere else other than Iowa, which, by the way, we've got another cool look at one of the storms in Iowa from Freddie McKinney. Freddie might not come across any tornadoes today, but he's had some spectacular shots of clouds. Like me personally, I would consider Freddie's storm chase today a huge success. Cole says, Ryan, you look bored. I'm not bored. People always say that whenever we have periods of not intense stream. You guys are just used to seeing me with my eyes like this and like 15 different people talking to me and lights flashing and boop, 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 boop. And like, this, most of the time when we're live, it's nuts. So I'm not bored. This is just how I usually am when I'm not freaking out. I'm not always hooting and hollering and screaming at people and telling them to put helmets on, That's not my resting state. Clarksville, Tennessee looks fine tonight. There's quite a bit of an uptick in convection with these storms that are getting past the radar site here in Louisiana. It'll be these, I think, that we have to watch the most as they work up to the north and east. Brett Adair has abandoned his post near Winnsboro and is now on I-20 closer to Tallulah, staying out ahead of these storms. Probably the smartest thing to do right now. What about the other states? Really, the only states that we're going to be focusing on for the most part tonight are Louisiana and Mississippi and a little bit of Iowa. Now, some of these storms are going to move into Tennessee right now. In Memphis, you're probably getting some distant thunder over here in northern Mississippi, getting ready to move into southern or central Tennessee, middle Tennessee. We've got some storms. These are garden variety thunderstorms. There might be a little bit more of a gusty wind situation developing with the line over here near Newport, back up towards Pocahontas in Arkansas. This stuff is going to blow right by you. It's not going to cause much in the way of problems, I don't believe. St. Louis, similar situation for you. It's about to hit right now. Like you're about to get a pretty decent downpour. And that's all there is to say about that, really. Much cooler air is going to be ushering in behind this. Wind chills in some of these places, tomorrow morning will be downright chilly. And that's a testament to, look, there's blizzard warnings literally just a few miles to the northwest over here in Nebraska and South Dakota. Winter storm warnings all the way up through Minnesota. How much snow from this point on? Let's look at the National Forecast Database. It looks like on top of what we already have, not much more, unless you're in Minnesota and the northern side especially. A general 2 to 4, 3 to 6 for most people. Right there between South Dakota, North Dakota, and Minnesota. There could be a couple of pockets of 4 inches, but look at that. Heavy snow right against the Canadian border there, maybe 6 to 12 inches or more, the closer to Canada you get. So a lot of the snow has already fallen for some of these areas, but the blizzard warning is in effect mostly for the fact that we're going to have really strong winds, very strong winds on the backside of this storm. 55 miles per hour or greater for extended periods of time. Blowing, drifting snow is a problem, even if there's not much new accumulation expected. Springfield, Illinois looks fine. The storm that Freddie's on is just struggling in terms of moisture. There's not a lot of, like, there's a very small, skinny window of, favorable components for storms over here. And a lot of the storms that have already existed have eaten up a lot of those ingredients already. Given how little ingredients are in place, these are actually some pretty, impressive looking storms. They're tiny though. That we did have, one of them was rotating earlier. Right now, these are mostly just isolated, very, very, very small hail, lightning, and rain producers. No severe thunderstorm warnings up here in Iowa. But probably the coolest view of a storm still coming from Freddie right now. And that's going to be the storm that's currently to the north of Patton, south of Harcourt in Iowa. On this day in 2021, 11 tornadoes touched down across Alabama. And there was a strong EF3 that carved a path of damage through Hale and Shelby counties. Late March is very littered. Like, if you look at the history of tornadoes in late March, there's a lot of stuff down here in Mississippi and Alabama, Tennessee even. Last year, a year ago, yesterday, we were talking about the Rolling Fork tornado. Just a couple of days later, we had the huge dual high-risk severe weather outbreak. And then there was another big thing that happened. I think it was April 4th. It was very busy right around the end of March and early April last year. Do you think tornadoes will happen today? I think that it's more than most days. The chance of that happening is high, but it's not extremely high. Most days, it's very, very, very extremely unlikely that you're going to see a tornado anywhere. Today, we've got a 10% probability. Yeah, there's still snow on the ground where Freddie is. I don't know, man. These storms in Louisiana are really struggling still. SPC Mezzo. Cape. And we don't even have that pocket of 1500 anymore. Wind shear is still crazy. Photographs are still crazy. But where they're the craziest, we have very little or no convection. Alan says, I hope the lack of tornadoes isn't raining on your parade. It's definitely not. It's always a good thing when there are no tornadoes. We go live every time there's a 10% hatch risk. Most of the time that leads to a situation where there are at least a few tornadoes, but we definitely have plenty of streams where there have been none, and those have been some of my favorite streams. Ryan, do you think things will start popping off around and after sunset? It's looking like that's when we're looking at the next big window of opportunity here. Things could start popping off now, but like the latest trends on the radar don't look very promising. Regardless of what happens in the short term, the truth is like the warm sector, the storm, everything's going to continue to move east. The ingredients for tornadoes are still going to be there, and an hour from now, something might happen to where we're in a completely different situation, and especially around sunset, the same thing can be said then. So yeah, I think that there's a chance that things could start popping off around sunset. Do you know why it might be so windy in Bowling Green? It's about 20-30 mile per hour gust. I'm wondering where it's coming from. Yeah, it's coming from our storm system that we're watching here. Everybody out in front of this thing is experiencing pretty strong wind gusts. We've heard about it from people in Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, even up farther north. But yeah, let me show you the satellite view here. This whole thing is our storm system. Okay? And it's kind of being moved along by very strong winds that go this way. Okay? And then near the surface, really strong winds going into the storm are being felt across Mississippi, Alabama, Kentucky, Tennessee once again. So what you're feeling is the breath that the storm is breathing in, essentially. The winds are picking up here, but they're still not anywhere close to what you guys are experiencing out a little bit farther west. got a pretty constant 5 to 10 mile per hour wind here in East Kentucky. Currently overlooking the Appalachian Mountains towards the west. The little, if you can see it there, nestled between the mountains, the little town you see is Coal Run Village. And yeah, this is a cool vantage point. Sometimes we're way down here, right, in eastern Kentucky, and sometimes because we're close to the spine of the Appalachian Mountains, we've got a pretty high elevation here. Sometimes when there's a storm with a really tall top, all the way up here towards Cincinnati, we can see it through this camera right there on the left side of the screen, where the kind of like where the lowest point of the mountain ridges are. Any storm that pops up around Cincinnati or Georgetown, that's above 40,000 feet. A lot of times we can see the top of it there. So it's a cool vantage point. And that's like what I meant. 140 miles. There haven't been any tornadoes yet, no. We're still waiting for the storms to fire. I mean, they fired, don't get me wrong. We've got storms. We're waiting for them to take the next step towards becoming tornadic. Yeah, the one thing that we have lots of right now is wind shear, but the instability is just not there right now. Which can sometimes make the wind shear effectively useless, for at least in terms of like, is this storm going to be able to produce a tornado or even rotate at all or become larger? Any chance these storms just don't become tornadic? Yes, of course there's a chance. In fact, there's a big chance. There always is, and sometimes, guys, we go live for a 10% hatched risk of tornadoes, given the same exact parameters as today. As far as like what the forecast models had to offer yesterday, for example. And it just so happens that one or two things go wrong, and we have a bunch of big tornadoes. And then we have days like today where hopefully, for the rest of the stream, we don't have any tornadoes, and it's the same thing. Like we have to be here for either one of those, just in case something happens and it things go sideways. It's really never a surefire thing that we're going to have tornadoes. Exactly, Zoot. Exactly. Yes, the event has begun. It's just not. It's not doing a lot right now. Even if, you know, the fact that we have little instability actually does inhibit the ability for these storms to do anything for the rest of the night, I do want to make it known that there is still going to be a risk for severe storms and tornadoes intermittently all the way until, you know, early in the morning tomorrow. It just might not be a widespread thing. It's crazy how events like this work. Like, it could literally be midnight tonight, and then just randomly one of these storms gets going and takes advantage of the wind shear that is there, and then boom, we've got ourselves a big tornado. And you know, for hours people have been waiting for it, and maybe it didn't happen, and people are letting their guards down, and then boom, it happens. And, you know, we've seen that I can't tell you how many times. But the thing is the wind shear is there, right? So if a storm does go up, if a good storm does get going, it's going to have a really good chance of producing a tornado. We're just not seeing that storm yet. Yeah, the Iowa storm still looks pretty impressive on radar. It's got a decent little core there, some cloud ground lightning. Not much rotation. Any chance East Tennessee will get hit by bad weather? Not really. I would say no. This is a better look at the future simulated radar for everybody here. Squall line dissipates for the most part early in the morning. Tomorrow, some gusty winds will move through Nashville around 6 a.m., Birmingham around 8 a.m. Stronger storms maybe down there towards Mobile, Alabama, and Florida closer to noon. Just heavy rain in East Tennessee and East Kentucky up into the Ohio Valley and Great Lakes region, though. The severe weather risk tomorrow really starts around 3 p.m. with these little tiny cells here that are going to try to pop up in Indiana and then move through Ohio, Michigan, parts of Kentucky. These will be really quick moving, okay? They're going to be tiny, but they are going to have the ability to maybe pack a punch in the sense that they could maybe produce some small hail, some gusty winds. Rain continues along the East Coast. And then colder air, much colder air is going to start coming in from the northwest. Storm Chaser Brett Adair is showing us some flash flooding in Caldwell Parish, Louisiana. So it looks like he... Yeah, it looks like he's investigating some of the stronger storms that are training over here closer to Gina. More specifically, Trout, Louisiana is where he is. Just to the north and west of Gina. So lots more rain is possible there as well. So the flooding situation is only going to get worse. And flash flooding is probably going to become, if tornadoes don't become the show stealer here, flash flooding is going to be probably the main thing that we've got going on here, because the way I see it is, regardless of whether or not we get huge Cape values suddenly, or if we start to see these storms really start to pop off, there are going to be storms that drop really heavy rain. We've got precipitable water values in this very small bubble here above an inch to an inch and a half. So, and they're moving very slowly, and they're moving over the same areas for an extended period of time. So what you're seeing there on Brett's camera is going to be possible all up and down Louisiana. Also, specifically in Alexandria. Alexandria is a pretty populated area that's about to get hit by some of these training thunderstorms. And the most recent addition to this line is a pretty sizable flare-up of convection just to the south and west of Alexandria. That could dump a significant amount of rain in a short period of time. So make sure if you live in a flood-prone area, make sure you are keeping an eye on the creeks and the streams. And of course, you see what these people are doing right here. Don't do that. You never want to drive through water, man. And I know that sounds so, like, I get it, guys. Like, you got places to go. But everyone, like, you guys would be so, it's serious. Like, seriously, a lot of people die in flash flooding situations because of this. And you probably lived in this area for 50 years. You know where the road is. You've driven it a million times. But what you don't know, you don't have the ability to see through muddy water, right? So you don't know if part of the road is washed out. You don't know if, there's something in the water that's going to pop your tire. And now the water's rising a foot every 30 seconds and you're floating away and you can't drive. You know what I mean? Like, you really don't know. And it's probably unlikely that something terrible happens to you, but the odds of something terrible happening to you drastically increase just by doing, especially when it's over your hood, man. Look at that white car. Dangerous situation. Even though it looks like a little bit of water, I know I sound like a big, so like I get like why people don't listen to this advice, but it is kind of stupid. Just to be honest, like it's pretty stupid to drive through, especially when the water's flowing. That water's moving. It would be very easy for the road to wash out. If there's a culvert, a creek, or a stream nearby, it's washed out plumb to the road. Now you're in a 4-foot, river essentially floating down the stream. And even if you don't care about that, let's say that you think that sounds fun. Now you've put, emergency crews, you put their lives at risk because they have to come and save you. The worst accidents happen within 4 miles of your home. Yep. Absolute downpour over there near Gina. In Columbia, Louisiana. Another area that will see a lot more rain before it's all said and done. Also, have a really good view from Freddie McKinney of the storm over there in Iowa. Hey, Chandra, if you can hear me, put Brett in the number 1 spot and Freddie in 2 if you don't care. So what we're looking at here through Freddie's stream above my head, it'll probably move here in a second, but we're just looking at the remnants of this storm over here that's moving up past Dayton and Harcourt. It still looks incredible on camera. The storms up here in Iowa are also dissipating. Like they're looking less impressive now. The storms in Louisiana, however, are starting to light up a little bit, especially the farther south you go. Like this flare up of convection to the south and west of Alexandria is the most exciting thing we've seen today. And unfortunately, I think if this doesn't cause a problem with severe weather and tornadoes, this is going to cause a big problem with flash flooding. I think that's going to be the thing here. Hey, Brett, you got a copy? Chandra, I don't know if you're still working on it, but you've currently got Brett in 4, I think. Hold on, let me check. Yeah, you've got Brett in 4. I need him in 2, where Jordan Hall is now. Yeah, definitely a big increase in storm coverage down here to the south and west of Alexandria. These storms will continue to move west as well, and probably try to they'll try to do something as they approach Natchez, but it's going to take a while for them to get there, especially with the almost directly north or southwest to northeast movement. Yeah, the saying that you've heard it before: turn around, don't drown. Des Moines, yeah, you might get some leftover showers out of the storms that have formed to your west, but nothing crazy. Surface-based CAPE is still very much lacking, but that's not stopping the convection from flaring up to the south and west of Alexandria. We'll see what that means for the future of our storms tonight. Yeah, I don't see anything that would prompt a new tornado warning anytime soon. But if the storm continues to kind of grow and expand here south and west of Alexandria, I wouldn't be surprised to see a severe thunderstorm warning or maybe a flash flood warning kind of get expanded out here to central Louisiana. With what we just saw through Brett's feed, I'm surprised there's not a flash flood warning up here close to, Grayson and Clark's in Caldwell Parish. No, Birmingham, you're fine. You're fine.
How about you, Ryan?
Brett, I was looking at your stream there, and we just want to ask: is it raining out there? Is it what's going on? It's nice to talk to you again. Tell us about what you're seeing, and what do you think about the rest of the evening? What are your plans?
Man, this is the most activity I've seen all day. We're still watching people drive here. This is U.S. Highway 165. It's between Grayson and Columbia, Louisiana, here in Caldwell Parish. We dealt with some really heavy rainfall there, as you guys saw. Moved off to the east just a little bit now, but this highway could not take the inundation of water that it received there in a short period of time. And honestly, man, I do believe this is probably going to be one of the main threats as we go through the evening is some heavy rain and some gusty winds. So far, the tornado threat, as we all know, hasn't really materialized, but we're going to have to continue to watch for maybe a rogue cell or two within this line later on, maybe into the overnight as the low-level jet cranks up even a little bit more. And to be honest, I haven't even seen much in the way of lightning. We've seen one storm just off to our northeast that's had a little bit of lightning. It's about to cross I-20 between Rayville and Tallulah, Louisiana. But not much lightning. It's very low instability, which usually yields little lightning since we don't have much in the way of low-level or mid-level lapse rates. So, this may be the kind of thing that we see off and on today, other than some damaging wind gust and, again, that potential for an isolated tornado. I just don't see the big tornado threat that was right now.
All right, there you heard from Brett Adair in Caldwell Parish, Louisiana, talking about the heavy rain and the lack of lightning currently present in Louisiana. And there's definitely a lack of lightning. There's one storm that's producing some lightning here up towards Delhi or Delhi along the I-20 corridor, getting close to Tallulah. The rest of these storms are not producing much lightning at all. I expect the storm southwest of Alexandria, if it continues to grow, it will probably become a little bit more electric. But things are a little quiet across Louisiana, except for the incredibly torrential downpours. And I think we're going to see some more flash flood warnings pop up here soon. And that's probably what Brett's going to chase for the rest of the evening, unless some of these storms start spinning. Louisiana and Iowa, the two views you have on the right side of your screen there. The radar is zoomed in on Louisiana. And we are still waiting for something to happen with these storms in Louisiana. We got a new mesoscale discussion for flash flooding possible. Look at this. This green outlined area here. This is the Storm Prediction Center talking to us about the possibility of flash flooding. Let's hear it. Heavy rainfall and flash flooding possible. Localized training and cell mergers are supporting 2-inch per hour rain rates, especially in central Louisiana. These heavier rains could translate eastward, posing an isolated flash flood threat, especially in the sensitive and urbanized areas. So that's going to expand all the way up into central and southwestern Mississippi as well. So y'all get ready for that. We also heard from Chris there. What's up, Chris?
Hey man, we are just north of Vicksburg, Mississippi. We're looking at a sign to go towards Yazoo City. We're watching this storm just to our west. I don't think there's much in the way of a tornadic threat with it, but it is starting to try and bow out. Well, speaking of, there is the severe thunderstorm warning, 4-hour storm. We're going to be in front of it, and we're going to see what this thing can do over the next year in a minute.
All right, so that's Chris. He's really close to our storm over here near Vicksburg, and it just got a severe thunderstorm warning. 60-mile-per-hour winds, that's the main thing. East Carroll Parish in northeastern Louisiana, northern Madison Parish in northeastern Louisiana, Richland Parish, Carroll Parish, and also Issaquah County and Sharkey County in west central Mississippi. So this storm is, that warning does include Rolling Fork. This is just a severe thunderstorm warning, and once again, very, very small hail and possibly some strong winds getting ready to move in, especially for Brunswick and Eagle Bend here within the next 20 to 40 minutes or so. Denise Evans, thanks for becoming a member. The Duke, thanks for becoming a high-risk member. Ryan, Natchez sounds like matches with an N. Natchez, okay. Is Jackson, Mississippi going to get hit by these storms later? Yes. Kyle says, hello from Maui. Appreciate your coverage. I have family in the Midwest. Kyle, thank you for being here. Yep, the shear levels are off the charts. Instability, not so much. If things were more unstable, I'd say we would have already had quite a few tornado warnings today, especially with the with this storm in particular, the one that's now moving into Mississippi. It was rotating a little bit earlier. It's trying to again right now, but it's just not. It's not quite there yet. The parent low is way back up towards Iowa. Please talk about West Tennessee. There's not much to talk about. There is a little bit of a storm moving through Arkansas that may impact Tennessee. There's quite a bit of isolated thunderstorm activity going on in southwest Tennessee near Savannah up towards Waynesboro. These storms are the definition of garden variety thunderstorms. There's nothing severe about them whatsoever. Just some rain and some lightning. Some stronger winds might be associated with the storm about to go through Jonesboro, but once again, nothing crazy. The reason we're not talking much about Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio, Missouri, or anywhere else really other than Mississippi and Louisiana right now is because there's just nothing really to talk about anywhere else. We want to kind of stay focused on the most significant severe weather and the storms that have the best chance of causing damage. And right now it's this storm in Louisiana. Yeah, there will be some storms in Bowling Green, probably not severe. OAF says, is there a good at-home weather station that you suggest? Yeah, the thing that you see on the top right of your screen whenever we pull up the weather camera here at the Weather House, that's live data coming from our Tempest weather station. And you can do the same thing. Like they give you a website where all of the live data comes through, and you can do whatever you want with that. You can have it on your phone. You can display it on your tablet. You can put it up on your TV. It's very cool. Personal home weather station. And obviously there's a lot more data than just what you see there. That's just what I've chose to put on this stream. It looks like a little flashlight. It's not big. It's not bulky. It's not hard to install. It's great. The Tempest weather station by Weatherflow. And we do have those on my website. If you want to get them from me, you don't have to. But there's a link in the description. Severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Louisiana and Mississippi here. Rolling Fork, Mississippi is included in this. Lake Providence. Let's see here. Brunswick, Eagle Bend, Redwood. High winds are our main concern as of right now. That's the only warning, the only severe thunderstorm warning that we have right now. The other warnings that we have are flash flood warnings. What's the best place to put a weather station? Definitely high up with no obstructions. If you can put it on top of your house, that's probably the best place to put it. If you can't put it on top of your house, you want to go as far away from your house as possible in a field and put it up on a pole or something. Ours is up on a big pole. It's about, first of all, it's up on a mountain, and it's about 12 feet off the ground. And not near a house or not near a wall or, something that would kind of throw off the winds. Yep, we are currently watching the supercell that is approaching the Mississippi River. It's currently severe warned with an organizing mesocyclone. It's not quite organized, but it's trying. It's trying. This storm is it's quite a bit north of the little instability that we do have. So there's a good chance that it's not surface based at the moment. So even if it does start rotating, which it's going to be hard for it not to. It might need a little bit more oomph than that even to actually produce a tornado. So that's why we've got a severe thunderstorm warning and not a tornado warning for this storm. Yeah, the weather stations that I'm talking about run about like $300, but they are so worth it. Other personal home weather stations are going to be anywhere between $300 and $600, and there's none of them are as good or as easy to use, work right out of the box. It's none of them are as premium, I guess, as the WeatherFlow Tempest. There are some that are, they've got cool features. They've got like extra high level stuff. They've got like detachable instruments and upgradable instruments and stuff like that. But like if you just want to stick something out in the yard and get weather data on your phone and have it saved in the cloud that you can go back and look at the last 5 years of the weather in your backyard and see the conditions, the humidity, the dew point, the UV index, how it'll tell you how many lightning strikes have happened in the past week and exactly how far away from your station they've occurred. It'll give you a notification if they happen too close, yada yada yada. Yeah, if you want all of that stuff in the simplest and most affordable package, it's the WeatherFlow Tempest. Everybody keeps talking about Reed. Where is Reed? Reed won't stream with me, guys. You have to go tell him that you'd like to see us work together. Let him know. This is what the people want. Okay, so he's on that storm down towards Winnsboro. Interesting. That's also a pretty strong storm. Reed has streamed with us multiple times in the past. He's a great, chaser. Love working with him. We're friends. We talk all the time. But I don't know. I just don't think he's been convinced here recently to join forces. I think he needs a little push from you guys. I really do. There's so many talented storm chasers out there. We always, have a lot of really talented and great people working for us. So we don't need it, but it would be really cool. And we love Reed. It would be awesome. Yep, each frame of the Tallulah storm continues to look more and more impressive. It looks like this one's going to try to do something as it crosses the border into Mississippi. And if that something is a tornado, I still don't know, but it's certainly going to be a strong storm with some damaging winds here, getting ready to move through Brunswick and Eagle Bend. Y'all get ready for that. The Rolling Fork, Mississippi is in the warning for this storm, but the strongest part of the storm is definitely going to be to your south. Reed seems like the type who likes to narrate his own streams. Oh, yeah. So if Reed were to work, like, and we did this before. We've done all of this before. If Reed was to, be on our roster of storm chasers here, we would just have the ability to have him on my screen, and then I could pull him up full every once in a while if we needed to. He would still have his own stream on YouTube where he does his own thing, and, like that would not change. I wouldn't want that to change. And, most of the chasers that you see on the screen right now have their own thing. You know what I mean? If you're just now tuning in, we've been streaming here for three hours, awaiting some action because we have an action-packed atmosphere out here in the Deep South today. It's not really translating to the ground. We're not seeing a lot of that action. And actually, most of the action is just now starting to occur. We're actually seeing severe weather now in northeastern Louisiana moving into Mississippi. We expect these severe storms to continue into Mississippi, and we're going to track them throughout the evening. We've also got a couple of storms up there in Iowa, but they're starting to dissipate. So we're really focused on Louisiana and Mississippi right now. We think there's a chance of some tornadoes tonight. We've got storm chasers tracking them down. And we're just, we're just watching and waiting, answering questions in the chat, going over the forecasts, relaying warnings, watching the chaser feeds, and all that good stuff. So if you have a question or anything, you can leave it in the chat. We'll try to get to it.
Hey, Ryan, it's Chris. We're in front of this severe warm storm. I'm going to give you a view real quick on the stream of the low-level jet. The LCL's absolutely screaming into this sail. If this sail dies out, there is something badly wrong with today. I don't think that this storm is just going to up and die. I think this is going to be one storm that we actually may need to watch with the amount of shear that we have. You can just, this is real time on the stream. This isn't sped up. These clouds are absolutely booking it with that low level jet. And as it gets closer to sunset, it's going to pick up even more. So I'd say in the next hour to 2 hours, we may have a little bit more of a oomph to our storms. So, but yeah, this one's definitely one to keep watching. It's trying, but it's just not in the best environment to at all. So
yeah, I mean, once again, this is a very similar view to what we had earlier through Brett's stream. You can just see the low-level clouds just jetting on by there, going into the storm. Okay, so like there's like the storm is breathing in. Okay, it has the ability to suck up all of what little instability is there, and it looks like it's doing that. Like the storm is getting stronger. We were talking earlier about how there wasn't much lightning with these storms. Well, this one's actually pretty electric. This has got lots of lightning strikes with it just within the past 5 minutes. All the little white dots there are lightning strikes within the last 5 minutes. And it's getting more intense. Like there's more lightning, with each frame. So this storm there's a little nose of instability that's kind of snuck its way up the Mississippi River. The storm is sucking all of it up, and we'll see what it does with that, over the next little bit. Right now, it's producing maybe some small hail and some 60-mile-per-hour winds, getting ready to move into Brunswick, Mississippi, so get ready for that. Yeah, storms have had a history of, in this live stream, we've very commonly seen storms form in Louisiana and cross the river in this general area, and become a lot stronger in that space. So it's definitely something that we've seen before, and it looks like it's happening again here, as the severe thunderstorm warning is moving up towards Cary, Holly Bluff. Lightning continues to increase as well. Yeah, if this storm continues, Yazoo City is in the path. Inflow's really trying to kick up out ahead of the storm, moving up towards Brunswick, but still nothing organized. But probably the most, the most action we've seen as far as the formation of a supercell goes today. So we're locked in on the storm south of Lake Providence here, moving up towards just south of Rolling Fork, Mississippi, and Yazoo City. Just the strong winds out ahead of these storms, just that alone is causing power outages across some parts of Tennessee, Arkansas, and Mississippi. Earlier today, we had about 6,000 customers without power in Memphis and Shelby counties in Tennessee, but it looks like most of that has been restored. So even if you don't get hit by severe weather tonight, there might be a brief period of strong enough winds to cause some problems in Middle Tennessee, Central Kentucky, Northern Alabama, and Georgia over the next little bit. Still don't have crazy winds here. A little bit higher though, 7. Yeah, it's still about 7 to 10 miles per hour. Temperatures went down a little bit, 69.1 degrees here at the Weather House. Very low humidity, like 10%. I think that's what that says. Chad, thanks for being a member for 5 months. He says, I just wanted to say thank you for what you do. You've changed the game and have helped guide me in some situations here in Iowa. Thanks again, brother. Chad, no problem, man. I'm glad to be here. Nobody has to thank me. Looky here, Aaron Money says he just got some pea-sized hail in northeast Texas, and he's handling that appropriately. That looks like a lot of fun. That looks like a blast. Northeast Texas, there is a little bit of stuff popping up over here. I saw that on the. Yeah, look at that. Little storm moving through. Actually, it was quite a bit bigger not too long ago to the west of Greenville, east of McKinney, but it's still pretty decent moving into Commerce, Texas, over towards Sulphur Springs. This will continue to have the ability to put down some hail as it moves over towards you. This storm over here, right now on the border of Mississippi and Louisiana, it continues to get stronger and stronger. And even it right now has the ability to produce some hail. In fact, the severe thunderstorm warning just got upgraded to potentially include some 1 inch in diameter hail there. So that's about quarter sized. And that could be moving into Cary and maybe even Rolling Fork here within the next 20 minutes or so. So, whenever the storms in this environment start producing hail, they're getting strong. Yeah, this one has rapidly intensified. It went from pretty unimpressive to impressive very quickly. It's still not organized in the sense of tornado genesis, but it's closer than anything we've seen today as something that we should be paying attention to. And while we wait on the next radar scan, for some reason I see people in the chat asking about this. This is what happened earlier when I ordered my hamburger patties. I placed an order through DoorDash and it was picked up in California. So I said, I can't wait to get to eat in 3 days. I think that's what you guys are talking about. I keep seeing the DoorDash story. There's no story. It's just somehow somebody in California accepted my order. It all got worked out. I think what had happened was some people were sharing accounts and somebody just had their phone open in California and that's what was picking up the location, but the food was actually picked up here in Kentucky or something. I don't know. All the chasers are rushing to this storm now, as it is it is definitely the most promising out of anything that we've seen. We've got storm chasers coming down I-20 that are about to turn up north on Highway 61. We've got our storm chaser, Chris Hall, waiting for it over there. And a couple other storm chasers all kind of converging over here on the road just south of Rolling Fork to see what's going on with this storm, man. It's looking pretty intense. We've got a decent hail core here. We've got lightning increasing dramatically in the core of the storm. and a developing mesocyclone, and it's definitely producing strong winds. Now, potentially, in excess of 60 miles per hour. And, with that hail core there, it's very even possible that we're seeing hail over quarter size, maybe approaching golf ball size, maybe not quite there yet, but I would get ready for some hail in Fiddler, New Fiddler, and Magna Vista in Mississippi. If you're watching this, you got to get ready for a hail shower or a decent hailstorm here over the next little bit. This is the billowing supercell here. This is technically, if this had a traditional appearance, this would be the forward flank. The inflow is trying to come in right down in here. Huge rear flank. It has the tendency, or it looks like it could have the tendency to try to go fully outflow dominant here soon. We'll see if that happens. If not, we might see some more organization with this as it gets deeper into Mississippi. Yeah, 1.5 inch in diameter hail and 60 mile per hour winds is now what the warning is out for. If we analyze this storm, maybe at a different tilt, if we go higher up, at the 0.5 and 1 degree tilts, there's definitely some rotation. It's consistent until you get to about 2.5. So yeah, this storm is rotating and it's trying to organize. We'll see. We'll see how long that lasts, and we'll see how successful it is. This storm does have some attributes to it that make it seem like it could remain somewhat discreet for a little bit of time. However, the whole storm system is so convective, I wouldn't be surprised at all if these little showers here didn't kind of eat up what little instability there is and, turned into a larger cell that eventually disrupted whatever we've got going on here near Transylvania and Fiddler. That's not going to hurt the hail chances. It would probably alter the tornado chances, though. Big hail on the way for Fiddler, Onward, Cary, and Valley Park in Mississippi. Ryan, will you end the stream early if the weather stays the same? I only plan on ending the stream if I need to. If we're not needed anymore, or if we've just went so long that we're tired and I'm sitting here mumbling, you can't even understand what I'm saying. Yeah, it looks like this is going to very quickly go outflow dominant, at least from what I can tell here. And now this severe thunderstorm warning does have the tornado possible tag on it, which is something they do whenever, there's enough rotation in the storm to kind of be wary of, but not enough to actually issue a tornado warning. And there's your rotation near Magna Vista. Once again, not quite enough to pull the trigger on that tornado warning. Is outflow dominant good? Yeah, if you don't want to see tornadoes, you want to see the storm become outflow dominant. You want the outflow from the storm to completely dominate the inflow and not allow the inflow to kind of like enter the storm at the angle to which things could start rotating. So yeah, whenever you see this storm looks like it might try to bow out and form like a backward C shape. That's not a good thing in terms of like damaging winds, and in fact, usually that's a sign of damaging winds in a storm. But as far as tornadoes go, it's very hard for a tornado to form in a bow echo situation. Is Rolling Fork going to be in the clear? No, the Rolling Fork, you're definitely going to get a storm. It's probably going to be pretty strong here in the next little bit. I don't think you're going to get hit by the strongest part of the storm. But yeah, it's definitely going to storm. I don't think that the tornado threat is really low up there. So I wouldn't worry about that with this storm in particular. Tennessee's looking okay right now. We've got some storms west of Memphis and some storms in, south and west of Nashville, but they're all garden variety regular storms right now. Watching it closely. In fact, watching it so closely, I'm becoming parched. So I'm going to have to go get me another water. So yeah, I'll be right back. Andy, I'm going to leave your mic open if you have anything. If you don't, that's fine. But if you do, you can pop in. I'll be away from the seat for about 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay, Ryan, thank you. Hey guys, I know I haven't said anything in like 2 hours, but that's because I haven't had much to say. I'm keeping my eyes on this whole thing, and it's playing out just exactly what I said, how I said it would when I had that 4-minute speech a couple hours ago. So, yeah, really haven't seen any part of this line that is within some of the instability that we have, which is further south. Southern half of Louisiana still has that instability, maybe into extreme southwestern Mississippi. There would be enough instability if that line came through there, and part of it was oriented more meridionally, which is north and south, like we were talking about. There is that tornado possible tag on this one storm, but what we haven't really, covered in depth is just what the environment is in place for this thing, which is barely any instability at all. Any instability in this area that would be, present is basically going to be induced by the storm itself punching through parts of the atmosphere with its updraft. So I'm hoping that it ends up not doing anything as a result, but I still think that there is a window for parts of this line to push through southern Mississippi over the next couple hours, with some severe threats attached to it. So if this southern half of the line begins to accelerate forward, catches up with the northern half of the line, so we get that more north-south look, we could see it then. I also think that the storm near Delhi, that's not Delhi, that's not currently severe warned along I-20. Ryan said that we don't get, or it's difficult to get tornadoes with bowing segments, but it's more so difficult to get tornadoes when a supercell itself begins to bow out. When you have a bowing segment of the line, you can easily get tornadoes, especially on the north side of that bowing segment, where the rotation would be counterclockwise if you were pushing it forward and the water spun in different directions on both sides. So that's where I'd be looking. Supercell itself, yeah, if that began to bow out, I think that the tornado threat would go down with it. But this line maybe back down a little further south where it has some of that instability to work with, that would be a little bit different in terms of the bowing out leading to tornado genesis. So hopefully that doesn't happen. But yeah, I mean, in the near term, that's basically the only thing I can see. Having just stared at the radar for the last 3 hours, that would, lead to something we'd have to look at. So I hope you all are doing well. I hope you've enjoyed a quiet stream thus far. Remember, every quiet stream does not, if it's been quiet thus far, it does not matter. It could lead to anything from here on. I learned that very quickly because the first time I ever streamed on my own YouTube channel, the meteorologist Andy Hill channel, that was Rolling Fork. So I remember the first half of that stream being, rather uneventful like this. And then we went through the second half of that stream. So that event has a near and dear place in my heart because it was the first time I also had live coverage on my own. So never count it out, but also we don't have the instability right now like we did that day for a comparison. So I think that's something Ryan could show is a little bit of the meso analysis here, right where this cell is. So we can really see like, oh, there is no or very little instability right here in onward Mississippi and Issaquah County. And maybe some of that instability further south is where we'd be wanting to look, right?
Yeah. And thank you, Andy.
Mhm.
I am back hydrated. Let's go to the SPC mesoanalysis site. And let's look at some of the indices over there. First things first, surface-based CAPE. And whenever we say CAPE, whenever we say CAPE, remember we're talking about convective available potential energy, just potential energy for thunderstorms to tap into. And there's not a whole lot of it up here where our biggest storm is right now. So there's a little nose, a little wedge of some instability that has snuck up the Mississippi River right to where that storm is. But there's not a lot more of it there. There's not a huge source for this storm. So there's a good chance that it will slowly start to die off over time. Now, does that mean it won't make it to Yazoo City? Probably, it probably will make it there, but we're not expecting the rapid increase in the growth of this storm for an extended period of time. That doesn't mean that it won't be dangerous or that it couldn't do anything over the next little bit, but it's something to think about. Very little instability up here. We've still got most of our instability, and it's still not a lot. Down here in southern Louisiana, we've got about 1,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE. That's enough to support a supercell. And there are a few other storms starting to pop up down there. Let me show you that. This is, if you're a storm chaser and you're trying to see a tornado today, this is probably your only remaining option if that storm up to the north doesn't work out for those guys. These storms that are forming down here near Opelsus, and north of Lafayette and Crowley in Louisiana, and to the west of Baton Rouge. These storms are in probably the most unstable part of the whole storm system right now. So if one of these gets going, it's going to have the ability to really take off, not like in a super crazy way, but more than the other storms that we've seen today. So we're going to be watching these very closely. Also, the wind shear is still very incredible down here as well. We've got the big curved photographs. This is right in the middle of the warm sector. Tornadoes could occur with these storms, especially as they mature and move up to the north and east a little bit. So we're watching that area extremely closely, but there's no severe thunderstorm warnings down there right now. The only one that we have still is going to be way up here in Mississippi, where this storm is continuing to look impressive. It looks like it dumped most of its hail right here on Fittler. Now there's less of a hail core. But the mesocyclone is still developing. It's still trying to rotate. Strong winds probably still happening within that storm, getting ready to move into Cary. So get ready for that. There's a little bit more instability a little bit farther south as well for the storms that are moving through Alexandria right now and Winsboro, moving over towards Tallulah and Vicksburg. This line right here is probably going to ramp up in intensity just like that storm to the north did until it gets to Mississippi, and then it'll start to slowly fade out or continue to ride that narrow band of instability through central Mississippi. So these storms will probably pack more of a punch by the time they get to Vicksburg. So get ready for that. I would say that there will be severe thunderstorm warnings issued for Vicksburg. Is Ohio under a threat tomorrow? Just a very marginal one. It's not anything to be worried about, really. How's Wisconsin looking? Wisconsin looking pretty good. Some storms possible tomorrow. Some snow up in the north. But mostly we're just talking about some storms, especially in south central Wisconsin tomorrow. Nothing crazy. But the strongest storms tomorrow, I think, will happen in Wisconsin. Clean. Thank you so much. Southeast Missouri, you're good right now. There is a line of storms trying to work its way through, like Poplar Bluff. One just went through.
Hey
there.
Ryan, that was Michigan, not Wisconsin.
Oh, did I say Wisconsin? Or did he say? What did he ask? I thought that he said. Anyways, the state that I was just talking about was Michigan. I don't know if you asked about Michigan or Wisconsin, but I was talking about Michigan. Wisconsin, on the other hand, will do both. We'll do both. Wisconsin, on the other hand, is quite wet right now. It's raining moderately through the majority of the state. A little bit of a mixture of precipitation up here in the northern side. A little bit of actually a whole lot of snow is up here in the northwestern side. Some places will get 4-6 inches before tomorrow evening in extreme northwestern Wisconsin. So yeah, sorry, I don't know what just happened there. I don't know if he said Wisconsin or Michigan, or if I said Wisconsin or Michigan, but there you go. Nothing spectacular is expected in either state. Just some general thunderstorms tomorrow in Michigan, and a little bit of snow in northwestern Wisconsin. He asked about Wisconsin. My bad. My bad, y'all. You pointed at Michigan and you called it Wisconsin. My bad. Hamburger time? Or my hamburger patties are wearing off. No, we're good. Yep, things are continuing to progress with our storm that's moving into Mississippi. But as far as tornadoes go, it's not looking that promising. If you're looking for a tornado to come out of this storm, which is good news. We don't want to see a tornado, but we are here today to look for them. And I don't think we're going to find one in this storm as it passes Rolling Fork and goes towards Yazoo City. We will find probably some more wind and hail as it approaches Yazoo City, though. We'll probably see another severe thunderstorm warning issued. If we're going to see tornadoes at this point, I mean, it's all coming down to these little storms down here. So we'll see what happens. T says, I'm checking back in. What's the latest? Nothing. We've got no updates for you. The storms have progressed farther to the east. We've got a little bit of flash flooding going on in Louisiana. A couple of severe thunderstorm warnings were issued earlier. Now we have no severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got a tornado watch still in effect. 10% hatch risk of tornadoes still in effect. Things are looking calm at the moment. And they've been calm for the most part. It applies to states too, that meme, apparently. Ryan, is this a bust? I mean, there is no... Bust isn't a technical term. There's no definition for it, so I don't know. That's kind of up to you to decide. I think a lot of people, like storm chasers, for example, are hoping that there are going to be tornadoes a lot of times, and whenever there isn't tornadoes, they call that a bust, right? Because earlier today, you asked me about the March Madness. I told you that my bracket was busted, right? Because the games didn't play out the way that I thought that they would. The forecast today is actually playing out the way that we thought it would, minus one factor, right? So the wind shear is incredible out there. There's a million different ingredients in place for tornadoes, but one isn't there. So if to you that means that there is a bust, then yeah, we're probably going to see less tornadoes today than what we could have if we actually had the moisture and instability in place that the models were showing yesterday. That the SPC forecast is pretty much based on. For me personally, I'm here every time there's a 10% hatched risk. If there's tornadoes, all right, let's cover them. Let's try to get people in the safe spots. If there's not, all right, let's just pronounce states and town names wrong and get made fun of. Like it's just all in a day's, hard work for me. I'm just here for the ride. Conditions can be extremely favorable for tornadoes, and there still be no tornadoes. So are you saying you're not expecting it to get worse through the rest of Mississippi? I'm not saying that. I'm saying the storms right now are not capable of producing tornadoes. And the farther, north and east some of these bigger storms go, the less instability they're going to have to work with. So they're, we basically are going to be watching these storms down here to see what happens with them. If they grow into something as they approach southwestern portions of Mississippi, we might have another round of potentially dangerous looking storms. But we also might not. Like we're now casting. Okay. What's the missing ingredient for tornadoes right now? Very short and simple. It's instability. The atmosphere is too stable. The more complicated terms that can be used, I'm sure. I don't know what Andy was talking about whenever I went to go get my water and stuff, but I'm sure somebody today has mentioned to you low-level lapse rates. We don't have we really don't have any thing to work with there. There's not a lot of convective available potential energy. There wasn't a lot of clearing today ahead of the storms. There's the moisture that is very limited and suppressed a little bit farther south than what we thought it would be. But the main thing in just simplistic terms is instability. Is Alabama going to get anything more around the Coleman area? Yeah, just some general thunderstorms tomorrow is possible. What's for dinner tonight? I've already eaten dinner. But it was ground beef and salt. Tornado watch. We got a new one. 2 a.m. Central. This includes pretty much all of central and southern Mississippi and a little bit of southeastern Louisiana. 2.7 million people under this watch. Isolated hail up the size of ping pong balls is possible, and isolated gusts up to 70 miles per hour possible. A few tornadoes are likely. So all the Jackson, Mississippi, Brookhaven, Macomb, Hattiesburg, Laurel, Meridian, Columbus. 2 a.m. Central tonight, all the way till 2 a.m. Central, you're under a tornado watch. There has not been a single tornado warning today. Somebody just left a comment and said, I came into the stream at it was on the ground, beef and salt. What preceded that statement? I was talking about my dinner. Nothing was on the ground. I was talking about ground beef. There's the alert for that tornado watch. The sun is setting here at the weather house. Still a nice 67.3 degrees out there. Oh, was there no audio on the watch? Somebody, I heard it from the room in there. So somebody, if I don't know if Ryan, somebody should tell tech guy if there's no audio coming through. But I think it did come through, but I'm not sure. I know it came through on the main thing. I don't know if it came through on the stream. Sometimes the SRT stops sending audio, and I don't know how to fix it. It was working about 5 minutes before the stream started. I know that. But hey, we may not need it. Tennessee's looking fine. There's some garden variety storms on the western side of the state. Nothing very interesting.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. We made it to Yazoo City. Funny enough, as soon as I pulled off the road here, we saw a horseshoe vortex right in front of us. So that'd be looking towards the storm that was previously warned. We're still going to watch it. It does still show some lightning, so we're going to watch it for a little while, and then we're going to mosey east back towards the interstate and go east with this line. See what it does.
All right, so Chris is still watching the storm that's heading towards Yazoo City. And, you know, he's probably going to dip down towards Vicksburg and follow the line towards Jackson after he watches that progression, which is a good idea. That storm is now experiencing a similar kind of explosion as the Lake Providence storm did. And it'll probably last a little while longer, too. So Brunswick, Eagle Bend, once again, you've got a big storm heading to you. Wouldn't be surprised to see another big uptick in hail with that as it crosses the river. Brandon says, where is Kentucky at right now? Kentucky is right here. always. Dang. But the western side is getting some rain. A little bit of a gusty wind system probably going to come through in a couple of hours, but nothing crazy. Sorry, I was reading something. Apparently, on Twitter, the only thing I use Twitter for is to like monitor news, right? Mostly for weather, but just generally news. And I follow a lot of breaking news accounts, and apparently it's breaking news that P. Diddy's jet has left the U.S. Like he's not allowed to do that or something. He's fleeing the country. I don't know, but like that's all over Twitter right now. I had to read about it. As far as weather goes, there's not much else to report on other than this storm that's south and west of Lake Providence, moving towards Brunswick is doing the thing again. That the Mississippi River down here between Louisiana and Mississippi has it's got a tendency to really stir these storms up right as it crosses it. And that's going to happen again with this one for a brief period of time as it approaches Brunswick and Eagle Bend. Probably going to bring about some wind and some hail. I would expect a severe thunderstorm warning here shortly for Eagle Bend and Brunswick, maybe even onward. But there's not a lot of instability up here to carry that for a very long time. Storms a little bit farther south are continuing to have trouble maturing, which is good news because if they didn't have that trouble, we'd probably be talking about these a little bit more as well, as they are in a pretty favorable environment for tornadoes also. on. Okay. Okay. How's it looking for Clarksville tonight? It's looking fine. You guys in Tennessee don't have really anything to worry about. There's some storms kind of bubbling up here in Middle Tennessee, moving up towards Nashville and Clarksville, but they are garden variety, regular springtime thunderstorms. Any chance of severe weather now is going to be limited to Mississippi and Louisiana, at least for the rest of today. Ryan, you look like my grandpa. Ryan, you look like my dad. Ryan, you look like the guy at my local Burger King drive-thru. I've seen it all today. Got a lot of doppelgangers out there. What's up? Oh. Oh. Is that camera not working? Oh. Want some what? No. You look like the Pringles can guy. What do the different colored counties mean? Like the one near Hattiesburg? Basically, it's just power outages. So there's 184 people without power in that county, 203 in that county. Most of these are just wind related from the strong winds today. Oh, man. Currently have no severe thunderstorm warnings. No warnings. Okay, I take that back. There's one warning in Puerto Rico. Flash flood warning. And it's not even raining there anymore. So that's probably about to be allowed to expire. Heavy rain earlier. Let's see. Let's read the text on this. Until 9:30 p.m. AST. Between 1 and 4 inches of rain have fallen, and an additional 0.5 to 1 inch is possible. Flash flooding caused by heavy rain and runoff. Pretty, especially the southern side here, pretty mountainous region. 2 or 3 inches of rain can really compile quickly in a valley. But that's it. That's the only warm storm related warning that we have. We do have a lot of blizzard warnings and winter storm warnings out here. Not because we're about to see feet of additional snow, but because we're about to see a little bit of additional snow for these areas and a lot of wind, maybe 50-mile-per-hour winds sustained through some of these areas as the snow kind of blankets the general 1 to 4 inch is what we're expecting for a lot of these places. It gets a little higher the farther north and east you go. But the winds and the blinding, blowing snow is going to be the main problem there. It's really starting to, the precipitation shield that will eventually slide over all these areas is really starting to get its act together near Kearney and Grand Island and Broken Bow, Nebraska. That's going to move up towards Chamberlain, Sioux Falls, Watertown, Fergus Falls, eventually all the way up to Canada, dropping snow and bringing heavy or strong winds along with it. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning for that storm that we were just talking about. Potentially getting a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one's also got a tornado possible tag on it, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And there's your rotation. Pretty clean looking, developing mesocyclone there. So we'll see. Right now, the main threat's definitely going to be those 60-mile-per-hour winds as they work towards Magna Vista, New Fittler onward, Keslow Valley Park, Little Sunflower, Spanish Fort, Sequena, Egremont, and Choctaw Landing. Will this be another great bust? No, we did have one great bust. If you look back in our old, streams, usually the names of them are, the severe weather outbreak of whatever day as it happened. There's one that's just the great bust of whatever day it happened on. And that one, even I called a bust because, days like today are highly conditional. We state that at the beginning. And every severe weather risk is conditional. But that day, we thought, we all thought that it was less conditional than what it actually was. And it truly felt like a bust. So I don't feel like that's today. I think we all came into this knowing just how conditional this one was, and it could have went one way, it could have went another way. It looks like it's going the way of being on the lower side as far as activity goes, so that's good. It's good news. Yeah, if you didn't. It's good to have chill days and streams every once in a while. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. We used to do more stuff during the quieter streams, but we went through a whole year, I feel like, where we never had a quiet stream. Like every stream was just crazy. And I feel like we don't have as much of that stuff now. Which is fine. You know, the reason I'm here, the reason we do this is to relay severe weather information and help people and try to be a unique resource that reaches people that wouldn't otherwise watch traditional weather coverage. I don't have any aspirations of just being a variety streamer or doing anything other than that, really. But I do always want to be here for 10% hatch risks, even if they're conditional. So whenever they do kind of underperform a little bit, maybe we need to plan some other sort of content to kind of bounce back and forth between. Like the Applebee's poll. Yeah. Yeah, that's about as good as it gets. But now that I don't eat anything other than ground beef and salt, we can't even do that. Somebody asked if I could go over how to read the radar. If you go to the Ryan Hall Y'all Extra channel and you sort those videos by date posted, one of the first videos I ever posted there was a brief overview on how to read the reflectivity, velocity, and correlation coefficient. And anytime you're watching a stream like this and we actually have something to look at on velocity, I always go over it and explain it. So just make sure you're tuning into the streams if you want to learn about that, or go back and watch that video. But right now, there's not much I can show you. There's no there's no rotation. There's not a lot of features that would be useful to point out to you with this particular setup. Is Rolling Forks able to relax now? Is everything past us? No, there is one more storm about to come through. It's probably going to lead to some isolated, street flooding, some flash flooding problems. And there's probably going to be a little bit more hail, a little bit more wind, and a lot more lightning and thunder. And that's going to continue off and on probably for the next hour or so, unfortunately, in Rolling Fork. But the tornado threat's still very low in Rolling Fork as of right now. Weather camera here at the Weather House has officially switched over to night mode as the sun is setting. You can see all the cars going up and down US 23 there. And the little Coal Run village nestled in the Appalachian Mountains. Currently 66 degrees, still not experiencing the wind. I figured by this time we would be having a little bit of some stronger wind gusts here on top of the mountain in East Kentucky, but I'm guessing that's still on its way to us. Not expecting anything crazy, but definitely more than 4 miles per hour, which is what we're seeing right now. Can't you override the night mode? I probably can. I need to go into the I need to fix that because I don't like the night mode. Another interesting kind of recap. Another interesting recap for today. Here's the total storm reports on the SPC graphic here as of right now on 3/25/24. 1. Had a wind report earlier south and east of Shreveport, Louisiana. Things have been extremely quiet. I think we need, you know what I think we need? You know what? I'm not even going to say it. You know what? I am going to say it. I think we need a 5% hatched. I said it. I think that needs to be a thing. Because, you know, when you're the Storm Prediction Center and you're making the forecast for today and you see the photographs and you see the wind shear, it's hard to not try to communicate the possibility of there being big tornadoes, because that's certainly, it's still possible all the way to 2 a.m. In some parts of Mississippi, but it was possible for the majority of this evening. And it's just a big jump from a 5% to a 10% hatched. I don't know. Ryan, have you ever thought about doing a stream on the 4th of July with fireworks from weather cameras? That would be cool. I haven't thought of it, but that's an idea for sure. Do you think your early season predictions still stand for this year? Yes, I very much am still on the same page as I was when I made the severe weather outlook earlier this year. Yeah, these storms are still going to go all the way across Mississippi. Who knows what'll happen as they do that? But I'm not necessarily concerned about any of the storms that I'm seeing right now. The severe thunderstorm warning up there is our most intense storm. It's got a little bit of rotation. It's got a tornado possible tag on it, 60-mile-per-hour winds moving up towards Holly Bluff, Mississippi. And we've got some stronger storms trying their best to pop up down here in eastern and southern Louisiana, but they're not doing much yet. We're going to continue to watch these storms for at least... Even if nothing continues to happen, we're going to sit here and wait for at least the next hour and a half to 2 hours. And, if things still look abysmally quiet, at that point we might consider shutting down the stream. But as of right now, we are sticking with you just in case. And I'm having a blast just talking to chat. So keep it coming. Do you still use your siren? Yeah, still use the siren. But only during, I think well, you know what? I didn't use it during the Ohio stream just because I forgot, because there's so much going on. But usually we reserve that now for PDS or tornado emergencies. It started off as I was ringing that daggone thing every single time there was a warning. That was a little too much, especially on days where we have, there's days where we have over 100 warnings. And then we started only doing it during confirmed warnings, and even that became too much on certain days. And now I just reserve it for the PDS warnings and the tornado emergencies. And the whole point of it is it's not to scare anybody. It's not to it's not to be a spectacle or anything. What it does is, and we've heard this from plenty of people, that it actually works. It draws people's attention back to the stream. People put this on their TV, on their iPad or whatever, and they watch for a little bit, and then they go do the dishes. You know what I mean? Or they change the cat litter or eat supper, whatever it is, and this is just playing in the background. And we needed something that was a little abrupt and kind of obnoxious to turn those people's heads back around towards the TVs at the right moment. And that's, it was a little bit too much for every tornado warning,
Hey Ryan, do you copy?
Yes, sir. What's up, Jordan?
So we're going to go ahead and reposition over towards Jackson and maybe drop south on the interstate, get back down into that environment that looks a little bit better down south, closer to in between I-10 and I-20, but going to reposition down that direction, see what we can get.
All right, that's Jordan Hall, who is getting ready to take I-55 down towards the more southern parts of Mississippi. And he's going to go after these storms down here, and that's exactly what I'd be doing too if I was out there chasing today. So we'll see what happens with that. We're going to keep an eye on them as they make their journey down. Let's see here. Hey Ryan, before you started your channel, were you ever a tornado chaser? So I've always chased storms since I've had my driver's license, but only locally. And we don't get a lot of tornadoes here in my neck of the woods. Okay. I got the big idea that I was going to be a storm chaser. I really wanted to go out and see tornadoes and do all that cool stuff. Around the time that I created this channel. My original plan was I was going to be a storm chaser first, go out and chase, and maybe on days that on days that I can't go out there and chase, I'll do this, and it just very quickly, mainly because of the Mayfield stream, Mayfield, Kentucky, it became apparent to me that what I can do here with Andy and all the people involved and talking with several storm chasers, what I'm able to accomplish here is much more meaningful and impactful and useful for people than what I would be able to do in a car, pursuing one storm. Now, that's not to say that being in a car and pursuing one storm is useless. Obviously that's something that needs to be done, but me personally, I just think that I am better off suited here. So I never got the chance to be a full-time storm chaser, but I do love it. I do. I would not mind that job or lifestyle whatsoever. I would really enjoy it. Can you chase without a degree? Yeah, you can. I mean, anybody with a driver's license and a storm chaser bumper sticker can chase. That's the only two requirements. Probably not safe for everybody to do it, but you can. Nobody can stop you. Edward Vance, thanks for becoming a member. Any news for Florence, Alabama? It always happens in the AM. It's going to happen again in the AM, but it probably won't be anything worth waking up for. It's going to be, this stuff will be pretty weak by the time it gets over there to you. I mean, you might get some thunder, some lightning, some heavy rain, some small hail. That's about it. Is that storm trying to rotate? Oh man, it's been trying to rotate, and it's been unsuccessful for the most part. So we're going to hope that continues. So do you have to have both wind shear and instability for tornadic weather? To an extent, yeah. Wind shear is very important. Probably one of the most important things. Instability is important. But it's not always necessary, like in an abundance, Today, we've got less than we need. Like some instability is obviously necessary or you won't get storms. Lark says, I'm thinking of changing my career from welder to meteorologist / weatherman. Any advice? I love weather and storms. I mean, that's a transition that I wouldn't have much guidance to help you get through. I've never been a welder. I don't know what that transition looks like. I'm also, you know, the best thing to do would probably be to, you know, go to college if you haven't already and get a degree in meteorology. If you want a job working in the field of meteorology, that's the best way to go about it. From what I've heard. Brianna, thank you for that. Looks like Chris is still up there towards Yazoo City. Actually, no, he isn't. Chris's location is very wrong on the overlay. If we could fix that. He is back. Well, according to this map, he's back there towards Vicksburg. Let's get an update from him just to see. Chris, are you near Tallulah right now or Yazoo City? Where exactly are you?
Right now I'm on 55 South coming into Jackson.
Okay, so he's not in either of the places. This will update, though, now that he's responded to me, I think. The world, according, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. As we say in the fire service, solid work. Thank you. You didn't have to do that. Thank you. Yeah, we do have a live look at the production room tonight as well, because we ran out of storm chasers. CM says this is what happens when Brad Arnold takes a day off. You know what? Now that I think about it, most of these busts that have been happening have happened during the very specific break period that Brad Arnold decided to take, thanks to the me and him had a new we both had kids around the same time. And it's right around that, last, 3 or 4 months where things have been a little wonky on these 10% hatched risk days. Did anybody see the moon last night? It was an exceptionally bright, vivid, full moon. It's the worm moon, I think. Is that what it's called? Worm moon. Full worm moon is what we had last night. I've seen a lot of full moons in my life, but last night there was something spectacular about it. And it looked different than usual. I wonder if it's got anything to do with maybe some of the solar activity that we've been experiencing. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, and there was a very slight partial eclipse as well. Are we expecting an enhanced risk tomorrow? I really don't think so. It wouldn't surprise me to see a slight up there in Michigan, not Wisconsin. But even that would be on the higher end of what I would expect. Very, very marginal tornado threat right around northern Indiana, southern Michigan tomorrow as those very quick moving storms move through. It's a lot lower than today. Yeah, the storm that's going through Rolling Fork right now has almost literally no cape, no energy to work off of. And the storms to the south don't look impressive at all, really. Ooh. And yeah, this storm's moving east, and it's pretty painfully obvious that this is going to go right towards Yazoo City at this point. And it's probably going to continue to bring those 60-mile-per-hour winds with it. I don't expect it to get much stronger on its approach to Yazoo City. Pinkin says, I live in Rolling Fork. It's raining cats and dogs, windy thunder, lightning, heavy rain. Yeah, that's going to continue for a little bit. It's a pretty thick part of the line that you're experiencing there in Rolling Fork. Hopefully you don't have any flash flooding issues. Here is a time lapse from James Pettis. Let me throw this up here. This is lightning. Wait. Sorry. Lightning in the distance from Nashville, Tennessee, and a display of the lower level jet winds with the really fast moving clouds visible all the way over there in Nashville. Look at that. Man, I want to see that. It's been so long since we've had a good lightning show here in my neck of the woods. Thank you, James. Chandra, sure. Yeah, do that. DMJ654, wind is absolutely howling over here in Louisville, Kentucky. We've seen several reports of very strong winds in Tennessee, West Kentucky, Illinois, Indiana. In fact, there are power outages in Missouri, Arkansas, Tennessee, Illinois right now as a result of some of those strong winds. They're going to move east. I think we're going to experience them even over here. In my neck of the woods right now, still just 4 or 5 mile per hour winds. Man, I got to figure out how to turn the night mode off. That ruins the camera. That looks like that does not look nearly as good as it does in the normal mode. It does a good job with the night vision, though. I can't wait to have a storm rolling in at night. It's pitch black dark out there. There's no light in the sky, really. But you can clearly see the horizon and the, it does good with that, but I don't know. Is it raining in Pikeville, Kentucky? No, it's not. Just put a light next to it, and that would probably work. Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Yep, that's where one of the strong storms is moving through right now that we're tracking. It's not producing a tornado or anything like that. It's just some really strong winds and some small hail and lightning. Why are the storms moving to the east so slow? Because they've got a big northern component to their movement. The storm system as a whole is moving slow, right? The low pressure system is way back here up towards Iowa and Nebraska, very slowly chugging its way up to the north and east, and the cold front is just trailing behind. Things are moving fast, but most of the fast motion is moving in this direction, right? This movement is pretty slow right now. The farther north and east that low pressure center goes, and the more fanned out the system becomes, the quicker that'll start moving. Okay, the lights are orange. I've seen a lot of movement in the production room. I think they're getting bored in there. So let's see what they've got for us. What's up, guys? I can't. Am I supposed to be able to hear you, or no? Okay, this is a demonstration of the solar eclipse. Okay, I get it now. The light is the sun. Chandra is the moon. Let's see it. That's exactly how it's gonna happen. Yep, that is that is some good stuff right there. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. Sun, like we were the earth, the light was the sun, Chandra was the moon. Moon comes between the earth and the sun, blocks the light from the sun. It's an eclipse. Sink says, I don't even need to see the eclipse now. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much exactly how it's going to go right there. Still nothing new to report on with these storms, really. There's still a possibility that we might try to see a little bit of a, increased rotation in some of these little kinks that are forming along that storm there. The storms to the south are just not very impressive at all, even though they are in the most impressive part of the air mass. So that's good news. Once again, we're going to be here with you at least for the next hour and a half. And if things are still not progressing or looking like they're going to be worse, by that point we will probably wrap it up. If not, we will be here with you as long as we need to be. The production value of these streams have went up exponentially. We now have full-scale solar eclipse demonstrations. We also have, coins that flip on the screen to represent, when we say 1 inch in diameter hail, just to, really hit home with how large that is. And we didn't need it today, but when we do, just to remind you what 2.2 3/4 inch or 3 inch in diameter hail looks like, we've got a reminder for you. Yeah, a lot of people are asking about the solar eclipse and like doing a forecast for that. It's too early. Like there's a bunch of cloud forecasts and stuff, and right now they don't look great. And then there's climatology, which also doesn't look great. But there's no point until we get a little bit closer. I'm probably going to do something later this week on the main channel for it because there's so much interest in it. And then right before the eclipse, we'll do like a full scale forecast on the extra channel for the entire path of totality, and like we'll really nail down where you need to be and where you don't need to be and stuff like that. Gracie says this live stream has been in the background while studying for my atmospheric science exam tomorrow. I hope this helps. In all seriousness, thanks for all you and your team do. Well, thanks for keeping us up. Even though this is probably been the least active stream we've ever had. Is like I don't know the stats on that, but I don't think we've ever had one with like one storm report and like 2 warnings. Yet, according to what I'm seeing here, 700,000 people have tuned in today, and there's 20,000 of you watching with us right now. I think that we should just do, we should just stream the weather every day. If I had the time, if I had the time, I would. I'm having a blast right now. Is this your main job? Yeah, it is. It didn't used to be, but it is now. This and the Y'all Squad. That's pretty much what I've dedicated. Outside of being a father and a husband, it's pretty much what I've dedicated my life to. I think that the new SPC outlook is coming out right now. And I think they're going to maintain the 10% hatch. How's that baby doing? Doing good. 3 months old. Perfect little baby. No complaints. No quarrels. It's going awesome. Yep. Look at there. Here you go. That's your update to the Storm Prediction Center outlook. Now, March 25th. Rest of the day one outlook still enhanced. Let me see if this is updated yet. Not yet, but I think the 10% hatch has been maintained as well. So we still have a 10% hatch probability of tornadoes with these storms as they traverse through southern Mississippi. So that gives us even more reason to stick around here, at least for the next hour or so, to see if things start popping off, or see if we start to understand what is maybe about to happen that will lead us to maybe staying on even longer. Right now, things don't look very promising if you're looking for tornadoes, you know. But as Highlander says, we've all been here before. We you know, it seems like a nothing burger, and then all of a sudden, heck, I've been watching several events where you were almost falling asleep, and then boom, it all happened. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely, we know that can happen, and that's why we're not just wrapping it up right now. You know, we've been streaming here for 5 hours, and we've been talking about hamburger meat and, you know, some rain showers, because we know that is a possibility. So we're gonna keep it going just in case. Yeah, here's the updated tornado outlook. Still 10% hatched, 10% probability of seeing a tornado within 25 miles of any given point in that risk. Some of those could be strong, damaging EF2 damage producers or higher. I think Chandra's drawing a diagram of the U.S. and showing you guys where we are. We are in Kentucky, yeah. Don't know what that says. How's the weather looking for North Mississippi? Pretty fine. Like, you're going to get some storms, some lightning, some rain, some thunder tonight, but it's not going to be anything crazy. All the severe weather possibility is going to be maintained to your south. What about tomorrow for the Ohio Valley area? Nothing much. I'll show you again on the latest HRRR model. The 0Z is rolling right now. It'd be nice to wait for that, so we might just do that. We might wait just a minute to go over the models for tomorrow. Ryan, do you have a video of you experiencing the solar eclipse? I do somewhere. It's not on YouTube anymore. I used to have a vlog channel, but I stopped doing that. And I deleted or privated all the videos or something. I'll try to find that and show it to y'all. It's a good video. I went with my sister and my cousin, and it was crazy. I freaked out. I didn't think I would, but I did. Pert near shed a tear, bulls. Storms are getting stronger, I would say, in West Mississippi, in terms of the coverage of strong storms. Like, we had some isolated pockets of really strong, severe weather around the Mississippi River. Now we've got more widespread, impactful, storm in us, I would say, in West Mississippi. Still no warnings, though. There's no severe thunderstorm warnings at all right now. So things are progressing, not very rapidly or in a concerning way just yet. Cape levels in Mississippi are not very high, but they're higher the farther south that you go. Surface-based Cape, still just a tiny little pocket of 1,000 joules per kilogram of Cape down there in southern Louisiana. There's a nose of 500 that does make it up to the extreme southern part of the Mississippi River that makes up the southwestern side of the Mississippi border. That is probably leaking up in a very skinny way, like up the line a little bit, and leading to what we're seeing with the intensification of these storms around Vicksburg. But man, it's getting juiced out really quick. Oh, little pocket of 1,500 now visible around Baton Rouge, and the 1,000 line is all the way up there towards the border of Mississippi and Louisiana at the Mississippi River, and the 500 goes all the way up past Natchez. So there, there is some instability building out in front of these storms. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, actually, I was about to try to explain that exact thing. There is still some instability that's going to be affected northward. How much? I don't know. Some of the models are showing quite a significant jump just over the next 2 hours of especially mixed layer Cape you want to use for these squall lines. That'll definitely give you a better idea of what's going to happen there, because they'll easily jump any of that convective inhibition that's near the surface due to the forcing that they have when they're acting like a cold front pushing them up. So I think that there's still some remnant instability that's in place, because down here where there's a lot of swampy and generally like saturated grounds, it's going to be slower to cool off into the nighttime hours after sundown. And as a result, once the low-level jet starts setting up with sundown in play, it's still going to have some, residual heat content to push north with that accelerating low-level jet that is translating down to the surface as well. So I think that's my best guess physically as to why some of the models are pushing some of more instability north just for the next couple of hours, which I think would be our best time to stay on and cover this.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, for the explanation there and giving us another reason once again to stick around just to see what might happen with this little nose of instability advecting up the line here, trying to add a little bit of more oomph to it, and it's working already. You can see there's quite a bit of a flare up and convection across the entire line. What does that mean for our tornado probabilities? I don't know, but it certainly means that the chances for just general severe weather are going up for the vast majority of us in Mississippi. Jackson, I would be watching out in Jackson. This line of storms is approaching you, and it looks like it's going to try to intensify as it comes. Photographs still still look really interesting, I should say, out in this warm sector and out in front of the storm. And if instability continues to increase, we might have a last minute storm try to pull something off here before things start to go downhill again. Customers out, 450 people without power in Claiborne County, Mississippi, 167 in Jefferson County. So I think those are new. I think those are probably prompted from the winds coming out of the storm here. Yeah, Tennessee shouldn't get bad. You guys don't have much to worry about in Tennessee at all. Yeah, they'll die out fairly well before they get to Louisville, Kentucky. Not completely, but they're not going to be bad when they get there. Birmingham, same thing for you. Storms will get there, but they're not expected to be bad. Kendall says, I love your YouTube channel. Keep up the good work. I would like to meet you someday. Also, what about the severe weather for Michigan tomorrow? So, first of all, Kendall, thank you so much for that. And I'm sure we'll meet at some point. So we'll see to it that happens. But speaking of the severe weather tomorrow, I'm going to hit on that right now because the 0Z HRRR is just about completely out. Ah, crud. Never mind. No, it's not. Give me about 30 minutes, and we'll do a whole thing for tomorrow's severe weather threat. I like having the simulated radar imagery. Thunder is crackling here in Middle Tennessee. Yeah, you guys have got some storms that are moving through Nashville right now. Very light in nature and in terms of rain and hail. I don't think there's hail at all with these storms. There's just some lightning, some thunder, some heavy rain. But that'll be the thunder and the lightning will stop pretty soon, and then you'll just get some rain, and then it might pick up a little bit tomorrow morning, and then the cool air starts working in. Much cooler air. Once this storm moves through the area tomorrow, big plume of cooler air comes down into the central and midwestern portions of the U.S. Doesn't stick around long. Ridge comes in. Oh, wow. That's a pretty extended period of nice weather for the south through next week. Thursday through at least Monday. Looks very nice. Could get into a very strange pattern for March, where we see these kind of like overrunning storm systems form and then move down like this. But eventually we'll get back into the big trough swinging through. Honestly, a lot of times this happens. So the pattern that we're in right now, I think last year it happened starting like right now through the first half of April, and that's why we had all that severe weather. The fact that it's been happening for the past, 2 or 3 weeks when there's less moisture available is probably a good thing. But we might go through another cycle like this, maybe in late April and early May, which could be, another sign that we're going to see an uptick in severe weather. Probably more towards the central U.S. up into the Midwest, more so than the Southeast. I can't say that with any sort of, overwhelming confidence, but that's what it's looking like right now. But yeah, once that storm gets out of here, the only thing that we have to talk about really that we know for sure is that there's going to be a period of nice weather. Ridge is going to try to build up. There's going to be quite a bit of rain, some storms that try to go through the north central U.S. down through the Great Lakes into the Mid-Atlantic region. Probably going to be a period of rain, at least in the Ohio Valley, through most of the weekend into the early part of next week. Beyond that, there's really no point in talking about it. New severe thunderstorm warning. We can talk about that. Yazoo City, finally, under a severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado possible, though. Tag on this. 1 inch in diameter hail is possible. And 60-mile-per-hour winds. Tornado possible tag because, you can see there's a sharp line here. We got to start looking for those little kinks now, where we might see QLCS tornadoes try to pop up. Not seeing anything just yet. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, right. It was a sneaky one. Actually, I have to go back one frame on the southern edge of that warning box so you can see just a little bit of a hook finally coming out of one of these embedded supercells. I opted not to tell you about it because I was waiting for it to continue, and then it kind of got blasted on this next frame just because I think that instability is just a little bit too low. If it had more instability, this has the look to be quite a significant producer, but I think we're lucking out right now without that instability being driven to the north quite yet.
Yep. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, for bringing that to our attention. That's exactly the kind of thing that we've got to look for in the future too, as the storm continues to move on. But yeah, that's why these storms have the tornado possible tag on them. Wow. Warning box includes Yazoo City, Eden. Doesn't make it to Lexington, but the part of this storm that I would watch the closest for maybe some rotation would probably go through southern side of Yazoo City, Benton, Midway, up here in Carter, Eden, and Thornton, and Howard and Chula. You guys definitely also should be on the lookout for potential tornado, but the main thing for you guys is going to be that 60-mile-an-hour winds and maybe up to a quarter-size hail. Ryan, what is CAPE? CAPE is convective available potential energy. To not make it too complicated, just think of it as storm fuel. You got to have a lot of CAPE to get a lot of storm. And we're getting more CAPE funneling into Mississippi as the evening progresses. Much more than we had in Louisiana earlier. So that's why these storms are starting to get a little bit stronger. Race Monahan gifted 10 memberships. I think that's something like 50 gifted memberships today. That's nuts. Thank you all for all the generosity and congratulations to all the people that now have free memberships. You're going to get the behind the scenes solar eclipse stream coming up here on the channel. We're going to go into space and watch the eclipse from the moon. No, I'm just joking. That'd be cool, though. Yeah, instability continues to nose on up farther into Mississippi. Just reading. This man has had it with today. This is what a Dixie 10% hatch bust does to someone. Oh, man. It's true. I do think we're about to see a little bit of an uptick in activity, though. So, not that I'm, rooting for that or anything, but there will be something to analyze here momentarily. Got a shirt in the works. We are here. I love it. It's a perfect drawing of the U.S. Perfect. Valve Man. I do. So I don't have that set up. We need to get that in the Discord server. By the way, if you guys don't know, we've got a Discord server. Mods can post a link. But we need to make a Discord thing that has all of my settings for the radar app here, and that way people can just copy them, because people want it to look like this. And I don't blame them, because I like the way it looks too. So we'll get that set up for y'all. Just join our Discord server. Chris, just for a moment, was flashing his lunch or his dinner or something. Chris, why don't you do that again? Let's see what you got there. Come on, Chris. I don't know if you can hear me. Yeah, Discord. There it is. What is it? Like a... what have we got going on in there? Subs. Looks delicious. Oh, yeah. It's not hamburger patties, but it's good. It looks good. Yeah, the Discord server is a cool place. There's about 20,000 weather enthusiasts in there. I think it's the biggest and most active weather-related Discord server community in existence. It's pretty cool. Once again, we'll have the mods put the link to that in the chat if you guys want to join it. I'm in there every once in a while, chit-chatting. Yeah, somebody always ends up eating or doing a food review during a stream. By the way, production room, have you guys eaten? You have?
Yeah.
Continuing to watch the storm near Yazoo City. It's still trying to rotate. It's looking like it's getting a little bit stronger too as it approaches Benton and Midway. Y'all watch out. You got inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds and a storm capable of producing a tornado coming right at you. No, I'm good. I was just checking on y'all. Okay. Production room has been satiated. Is it ever worth trying to drive away from a tornado? Hardly ever. Hardly ever. There's been some very, very, very specific times where it's kind of a good idea, but most of the time it's a terrible idea, especially on like a massive scale. You'd never see a tornado warning be issued that says evacuate. You know, that would cause a huge problem. You'd end up just having people stuck on the road in their cars, which is a terrible place to be during a tornado. Shane Morris says, we are putting up a painting of Ryan Hall in our living room, and we're telling our kids that Ryan is the Oprah Winfrey of weather. That is, I mean, I'm honored, Shane. I'm honored. And I don't believe you. But if that happens, you got to send me a picture. And that would be an interesting thing there. Thank you for the support, by the way, Shane. Really appreciate it. Isn't a gas station a bad spot too? It's not the best spot, but it's better. You know, for some people, it's better than the alternative. And Jordan Hall isn't at a gas station sheltering from a tornado right now. He's awaiting a storm. And by the way, he's picked a good spot there in Jackson, Mississippi, because that storm just now got a severe thunderstorm warning on it too. 60-mile-an-hour winds, small hail coming in to Jackson through this storm right here. And I'm somewhat surprised that this didn't get a tornado possible tag on it. But it doesn't have much rotation, so we'll see. Hey, this is the most action we've had all day. We've got two severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Currently in effect in Mississippi, so things are really starting to pick up here.
Hey Ryan, I was chowing down on the QT sub and couldn't help but to notice severe thunderstorm warning here. So I guess we're gonna hurry up and finish up and see what we can see.
Chandra, let's get Chris in the number one spot. Just flip Chris and Brett. Kevin says, how does one become a chaser on your stream? The way that I do this, y'all, is obviously I've got a lot of friends that are storm chasers, and we work with those guys often. But like whenever we need more than our little group, we go through brokers. Okay, so there's companies like Live Storms Media and Severe Studios, who are kind of like networks for storm chasers. I don't know what their criteria is, but if the best way to maybe potentially be on our stream would be to work for or stream for one of those networks. And if you're in the right area at the right time, and we can
Hey
use
Ryan,
your
just a
stream
quick
to
update. We're on the north side of Jackson.
tell a story, we will.
Getting prepared for the storm. I'm going to keep
And
an
we'll
eye
pay
on
you.
that broad rotation and see what I can do as it comes into town.
We'll pay you for it. But I'm pretty sure that the criteria is, I mean, you gotta know what you're doing, It helps a lot if your last name is Hall. Not really, but there's a lot of storm chasers with the last name Hall. That was, by the way,
Hey Ryan, it's Chris.
that was Jordan
we got
Hall.
turned around and looking towards the storm. Already seen lightning, which is a miracle because that's like the second flash today. But I can definitely notice the winds are already picking up well ahead of this storm. It was calm there for about 30 minutes, but it has quickly picked back up. But we're already seeing the lightning, so we're going to see what this storm is going to do. And there's also an area of broad rotation to the south of 20 as well, so I'm watching that pretty close.
All right. So that was Chris Hall and Jordan Hall reporting into us what they are experiencing out here. Man, our locations are so jacked up. Riley, if you're listening, I don't know if you're getting the same thing, but the chaser location overlay is not working at all. But anyways, all the chasers are starting to notice the uptick in activity with these storms. The one coming through Yazoo City and continuing to go northeast looks really impressive. But remember, the farther north you go, the less cape you have, the less likely it is that these storms are going to survive. The farther south you go, got a lot of cape. Not a lot, but enough. And, these storms are starting to rotate too. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here. If I was a storm chaser, I would be in Jackson getting ready to go down towards Brookhaven and maybe even towards Laurel and Hattiesburg later. I would watch this area in the future as well. Anytime you start to see the winds playing around with each other in these lines like that, even when it's really subtle, watch it. A couple frames from now, it might be more intense. This is the beginning stages of what could become a QLCS tornado. This is a good one. This one's got to go up soon. I want one of these. James, you are my go-to in bad weather. No weather program comes close to the amount of detail you do. Underrated. James, thank you so much for that. It feels crazy to read that right now. I don't feel like there's much detail in today's stream. I'm doing the best I can with what I've got, and we're here for you. If things start needing incredible detail and stuff, I promise you we're going to dig right down into it. But James, thank you so much for the kind words. I'm glad that you guys find what we're doing here useful and valuable, and it's as long as you guys are wanting to receive it, I'm going to be right here streaming for you during events like this. Shane Morris, the creator of the Oprah Winfrey idea, is in the chat. He says, "OMG, it's a shirt. I'm dying laughing." You have inspired our production room to design a t-shirt. That's that's awesome. Yeah, it's going to get worse in Hattiesburg later. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be bad. Oh, no. You guys got to get them on the store fast. Look, people are already stealing them. Look at this. Guys, don't buy the shirt from anywhere other than our website. Oh my God, that's crazy. But nice hustle though. I respect it. That's cool. I don't know who's doing that or how you do it, but good work. Don't buy it from them. The next one you got to put like something over it's like sample. Yeah, I really like it. That's a great drawing of the U.S. Ronald's been a member for 10 months, he says, or an official sponsor for 10 months. If Ryan isn't mentioning your area, that's a good thing. There are more people watching. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I feel like I make so many people mad during these streams, especially like new viewers. I mean, like I'm in the middle of, a lot of times I'm in the middle of talking about a tornado getting ready to go through a city or something like that. And, you know, somebody clicks on the stream, they're like, oh, look, a weather guy. And then they type, you know, like, hey, what's it like in West Virginia? And like the tornadoes in Kansas. And I don't ever talk about West Virginia. Some people might feel alienated. I don't know, but like, if I'm not, just a reminder, if I'm not talking about your area, that is a good thing. You don't want me to talk about your area on this weather program, however you want to put it. The storms are picking up in intensity. This one down here that just went through Vicksburg and is now coming up towards Edwards, Clinton, and Jackson is certainly picking up. You can see the lightning is increasing in intensity right here around the core. It's trying its best to curve in right here. Some inflows trying to get into the storm, but this is obviously mostly outflow dominant, meaning that it's going to be a big wind maker for Jackson. But we do have to watch for little kinks and potential tornadoes as it approaches. Jackson, Mississippi. Yeah, lightning activity with this storm is continuing to grow. Hey, the storms even farther south are not, they're not completely dead. South of Vidalia here, this is where some of the more impressive instability exists. We'll see if these start growing significantly here. These would eventually head up towards Brookhaven.
Hey Ryan, we're still in Clinton looking at this severe warning sail. The winds are so impressive in front of this. Ooh, that was a good strike. That all of the garbage cans here at this gas station are completely turned over and like flying through the parking lot now. So
yeah, winds are really strong out ahead of these storms, which is another thing that is got me kind of concerned about the very real potential for some spin-up tornadoes right as they work into the Jackson area. I would watch this spot right here pretty closely over the next, let's call it 45 minutes or so. We're getting close to the point where if things weren't evolving, we would consider wrapping up the stream, but I think that we've got to extend it out at least another 45 minutes here to see what's going to happen with these storms. You see the lightning picking up there on Chris's stream. North Georgia's fine. Looks like all the storm chasers have kind of parked here in Clinton on I-20, awaiting the storm. They're in the zone that I'm watching for the potential for us, this storm to try to wrap up. So we'll see it if it happens there. Every model still has things being quite intense over the next hour or so. Jet. P Diddy's jet. P. Yeah, P Diddy's jet is apparently still flying out of the country. He's fleeing the country or something. The
Hey
only
Ryan,
reason
it's
I'm
Chris one more
talking
time
about
before
is
this
because it's all over
action
the
gets
news.
started. Every time I start talking, there's a nice bolt. There is a sort of a kink out, not a kink out, but a little bit of a hook trying to start just to my west, and I'm also noticing a lightning uptick as well. So the night may just be getting started, Ryan. So we're going to see how this goes.
Chris is talking about this little thing right here. And yeah, this is something that you have to watch out for. Definitely a big storm coming into Jackson. I don't want people to get too caught up in the whole tornado thing. Like, that's definitely possible, but the most possible thing is that we're going to get some really strong winds here pretty soon in Jackson. So make sure you're ready for that. Get indoors, get away from windows, and also, get ready for the fact that this might try to curl up into a little tornado here as it moves up towards Jackson. It might. If you're just now tuning in, the severe weather threat is ongoing in western Mississippi this evening, and the linear mode of these storms is just now getting to the most intense point that it's been all day. A couple of tornadoes can't be ruled out, but the main threat here is going to be damaging winds tonight. I do believe that. Gonna watch Chris's stream. Once again, he's just to the west of Jackson there near Clinton. And we're really going to see the lightning start to increase as the storm gets closer. And of course, when we get new radar updates, I will flip back over to that full so you guys can not miss it. This is definitely the storm that we're watching the hardest right now, I would say. The storm to the north is still producing damaging winds up there towards Lexington, Midway, and Benton, Mississippi, but the more southern one, the one that's coming into Raymond, Bolton, Clinton, and Jackson right now is stronger. It's continuing to get stronger, and it looks like at some point in its life it will try to curl up and maybe produce a tornado. I don't know if that's going to happen right over Jackson or if it will happen once it gets past Jackson, though. Lightning is pretty intense for the amount of instability that we have here. So the storm is really using all of it that it has available to it. Lights are green. Means we get to talk to Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm watching that same spot, and I think that given our analysis earlier on, what part of the storm is going to be oriented most north-south like that, we're starting even to get a little bit of a north-northwest curve, right, where we expect to see that hook to start to form outward. And I think that the velocity is tough to read, but it is, in fact, trying to do that in a manner that's actually good for tornado genesis here. So this is the best shot I've seen at maybe a near-term tornado warning tonight. If this continues to push outward, accelerate outward, and give us that orientation that we need to see for a tornado genesis to be done efficiently, then yeah, I do think we might see that tornado warning soon, given this pattern. So there's your heads up. Hopefully it doesn't happen and we can get through tonight without a single warning. But I think we're starting to see the signs of the transition to, embedded supercells in here that start to bow out and push forward with these cold pools in the back up behind them from the heavy rain.
Absolutely. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, for once again kind of tightening our focus on this part of the storm right here. And great job to the storm chasers who have positioned themselves right in front of this thing. They're going to see it right as it tries to make that push to maybe become tornadic. And then this will have the opportunity to try to do something for quite some time. It just depends on when it runs out of that fuel. The farther north it gets, it'll probably start fizzling out a bit. But right now it's healthy. It's continuing to get stronger, it seems. The lightning is becoming more frequent, and it is trying to wrap up here. And we're just going to see what that means. Maybe we'll have our first tornado warning of the stream about 6 hours in here. And also maybe not. We don't know yet exactly what's going to happen. But Jackson, Mississippi, the storm that's approaching you, is the most impressive storm we've seen today. So get ready at least for some small hail and some gusty winds in excess of 50 to 60 miles per hour. Yeah, something's going to try to happen here. That's a big nasty line of storms. I'm surprised we don't have a new severe thunderstorm warning for this little segment bowing out down here. I'd say that's going to cause some strong winds out in front of it. We'll probably see some severe thunderstorm warnings start to come out of these as well. This is a live camera from Jackson. It's hard to tell what direction we're looking at here, but we'll keep those up. Wow, look at how fast the clouds are moving though. That's eerie. This is just a little bit to the east of Jackson, Mississippi, real time. Crazy. All right, back to the radar. Yeah, more than anything we've seen today, this has the ability to try to become tornadic here. You can see how this part of the storm is trying to kind of poke itself out here, allowing for a lot of these really strong winds to kind of sneak their way into the storm, undercut it, cause it to curl up, and eventually lead to some overall rotation here that may be tight enough to produce a tornado. We're watching this part of the storm most specifically. Could, if that protrudes anymore, we could be looking at the beginning stages of a hook. Yeah, it's continuing to push out there. It's getting very close to both Chris and Zach now. Chris and Zach.
Hey, Ryan, it's Chris. Big time lightning uptick. Winds are pushing back towards the west. So wouldn't be shocked to see something spit up here pretty soon. It's definitely trying to get its act together for sure.
Okay, so Chris and Zach both are in the, I'm sorry, Chris and Jordan both are in a very similar area here to the west of Jackson on I-20. Jordan is a little bit closer to the storm. Chris is a little bit farther back. But you can see very clearly that there is a very obvious uptick in lightning activity. This is a sign that the storm is continuing to get stronger. So We're going to watch it as it comes in. Clinton, Mississippi, Ridgeland, Madison, Mississippi, y'all should probably watch out. You're under severe thunderstorm warning, and this isn't an imminent thing or anything, but this storm has the potential to at some point produce a tornado. So we're going to watch these areas very closely over the next little bit. Anytime we see a massive uptick in lightning like this, the result is almost always a much stronger storm on the other side. Yeah, latest, sounding from Jackson is obviously the same big sheared hodograph that we've seen. This definitely has the opportunity to try to produce a tornado here, but we don't know for sure yet that it will. We're watching it very closely because more than anything today, looks like it's got the best shot. And here it comes. The first tornado warning of the day. Still no sound. Once again, I don't know if we've got
tornado warning now, Ryan. Tornado warning now.
I don't know if we've got Ryan, Tech Guy, or Riley watching, but let's try to get that information to them just in case we need that later. But here we go. Now we've got a tornado warning. Tornado warning for Hinds, Madison, and Rankin counties in Mississippi. Sorry. This tornado warning includes Clinton. It includes Lake Ridge, Green Crossing, Ridgeland, Madison, Sloan, Canton, Madisonville, all those places we just called out and said that you need to watch out. You are now under a tornado warning, and it's time to get to shelter. Huge shout out to Andy for talking about this several minutes ago, giving us all a huge heads up here as this is, our first tornado warning of the day. Lightning is still looking more and more impressive. This little part of the storm here that's trying to poke out, that's where we think the tornado is trying to form, somewhere right in here. If it continues to do that, we're going to have some problems in the areas between Clinton and Ridgeland here in the next little bit, so you guys need to be getting into your safe spots. We've got a live view there from Hinds County. Both of these are really close to Jackson, Mississippi, giving you a look at how the lightning looks and how the front edge of the storm looks as it enters town. I don't know if they're going to sit there and wait for the storm to come to them or if they're going to get on the road and kind of parallel it as it goes through Jackson. But we've got a great view of what it looks like just outside of Jackson, Mississippi right now from these guys.
Hey Ryan, FYI, in Clinton there is 0 tornado warning, tornado sirens going off. So.
Okay, so it sounds like there's no tornado sirens going off in Clinton. So hopefully, if we've got people watching this stream that are from Clinton, or if you know somebody in Clinton, you should give them a call, let them know what's going on. You might as well do that for anybody in Ridgeland or Madison as well out here in Mississippi, as people might not be expecting tornadoes tonight, especially if the sirens aren't going off. It's getting late. People might be going to bed. It's Monday night, so we've got to let people know. Yeah, that last scan here continues to show the curling. Look at that. We have ourselves a hook now. And we've got a developing tornado maybe here just to the north of Clinton, sorry, in Mississippi. If a tornado forms here in the near future, it's going to be very close to Huntcliffe and Clinton. And some places in the path, a little bit more small scale, would be Tenon, Green Crossing, Cynthia, New Hope Grove, Cedar Hill, Robinson Springs, Summer Tree, and then, of course, Madison and Twin Harbor. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, we got a tornado warning for Clinton and Ridgeland, Mississippi until 9:45 p.m. Central. You want to take cover now.
Due north, we do have a bit of a lowering, just being illuminated by lightning.
You want to take cover now. This is an embedded supercell, and it has the ability to produce a tornado very quickly. Chris is saying he's seeing a lowering. We've got Chris and Jordan both in the area giving us a live video feed of the storm as it approaches the northwestern side of Jackson, Mississippi here. The purple polygon on the radar there indicates where the tornado warning is. If you're inside of that polygon, you need to be taking shelter. This does not include downtown Jackson. It does include the northwestern side, though. Westchester Hills, Sherwood Forest, Lakeover, Northwest Hills, Norwood. All these places you need to be taking shelter to. Chris Hall's getting back on the road. He's going to try and stay ahead of this thing. He really can't tell us much about it if he's in the heavy rain. So he's going to try to stay in front of it and continue to give us updates farther down the road here. Oh, wow. Latest scan looks even more concerning here. This has been a very classic progression here. The convergence has been, obvious and increasing over time. Now we've got like a true embedded supercell formation here with a big hook on it. I would say we have a tornado imminent if it's not already down here south of Pocahontas now in Mississippi. So this is not confirmed by the National Weather Service, but I would say that we've got a tornado, or we're about to have a tornado right here north of Pine Haven Estates, moving up towards Green Crossing, Pocahontas, Cedar Hill, Robinson Springs. Y'all need to take shelter now. One of the bigger population centers that this is heading towards is Madison and Ridgeland. Y'all need to be getting to your safe spots as well. You want to get preferably you want to get underground, okay? You want to get underground in a basement or something like that. If you got a storm cellar, that's awesome. If you have a storm shelter, like a survive storm shelter like I do, that's cool too. If you don't have any of that, then what you need to do is you need to get into the most interior room of a sturdy building, all right? If your home is on a block foundation, and you are, it's a well-built home. You want to get into the middle of that home where there are no windows and the least amount of glass. A lot of times that's going to be a closet. Maybe it's an interior bathroom, and you want to put as many walls between yourself and the outside world as possible. And you want to take me with you on your phone or your iPad. You want to slip a pair of shoes on right now, and you want to make sure that you go in there and are just prepared for the potential to have to walk through nails, splinters, stuff like that. Just in case. There's a very good chance that you won't have to do that, right? But if you do, you're going to be glad that you've got the shoes on and you've got a communications device in your hand. You don't have to go around looking for it. So, once again, tornado may be forming here near Tenon, Mississippi, north of Hunt Cliff, moving up towards the Green Crossing, Cedar Hill, Summer Tree. Y'all need to take shelter now. There is your hook.
Hey Ryan, we got rapidly rotating rain curtains near us here on the north side of Jackson on this tornado warning.
All right, so that was Jordan Hall on the north side of Jackson with on the tornado warning there. I'm going to see if I can't get our map system isn't really working. I'm going to try to get his exact location here. So once again, we got a tornado warning for Madison and Ridgeland. You guys need to be taking shelter. Jordan Hall, his exact location here is on Highway 49. Highway 49 near Presidential Hills, just to the south of Pocahontas, and he's seeing the rapid rain curtains rotating there. Let me put him up. Okay, you can't really see anything from his stream just yet. We'll go back to him. Chris is still going away from the storm. He's going to turn around and point us back at it in just a moment. Yeah, I'd be surprised if there's not a tornado going on here, or once again, just about to happen. This is a velocity couplet here. Outside of the hook and the velocity couplet, we don't have much of anything else that is leading us to would lead to a radar confirmed tornado just yet. But I think one more frame would be all that it takes with one more piece of information. Big, nice structure to the supercell here. This could go on for a little while. Most recent scan looks a little bit less impressive, but still impressive nonetheless. We need to stay in our safe spots in Cedar Hill and Summer Tree, as this is coming right for you next. Wow. What a progression. Yeah, it's a broad rotation that we're seeing at this point. It was a little bit tighter in the last scan, but we'll see if it plays around, dances around, and kind of straightens up in the next scan. We could have also already had a brief tornado, and now it's kind of recycling or kind of becoming disrupted. There are some damage reports coming in. We've got seems like a storm chaser has come across a tree, a pretty decent sized tree down on the northwest side of Jackson. So we've definitely got wind damage out there. Not sure if that's caused by a tornado or not. Looks like that last scan continues to support the idea of a big rotating base to the storm here. It's not rapidly intensifying. That last scan wasn't any more impressive than the previous one on velocity, so that's a good sign. Could still have a tornado down here. I'd stay in my safe spot in Madison. We got to continue to watch this one closely because I mean it's already pretty primed to be in a position to produce a tornado. It's just going through these ebbs and flows of trying to figure out what it wants to do, you know. Yeah, just waiting for these scans to come in kind of one at a time here. More of the same. The storm is still very capable of producing a tornado. So we need everybody in Cedar Hill, Gluckstadt, Sloan, and Madisonville to be in their safe spots, okay? Yeah, I see the video now from Reed on Twitter. Large trees are blocking the road north of Clinton, Mississippi, and he says it appears to be narrow, a tornado damage path. Yeah, this is the kind of storm that could produce a strong tornado. This is why we have the 10% hatched risk. I mean, the storm is kind of like Andy was talking about earlier. It's kind of aligned perfectly to where our wind shear could really get this thing going. We're hoping that that doesn't happen, but this one has the opportunity to cause some problems. I had a big rear flank surge here, so you can see that this part of the storm is kind of fanning out, but we still have a good, healthy, amount of air coming into the storm in the form of inflow. So it's still rotating, and it still has the ability to produce a tornado. It's going through a little bit of a cycle right now. Chris Hall, you can see his camera above me there. He is currently on I-55 right in here. So he's looking up towards the part of the storm that we would need to see. Jordan Hall is actually right underneath the rear flank, the downdraft there. And he's getting hit by some rain right now. Let's take a look at his stream. Yeah, so he is on highway. He's on the Natchez Trace Parkway, right underneath where the some of the stronger, the Boeing segment at the bottom of that supercell is kind of poking out near New Hope Grove. So he's going to try to punch through that and come out on the other side and get really close to where the rotation is. As you can see, it's a pretty intense storm over there near New Hope Grove in Mississippi. Jordan Hall and Chris Hall are not my brothers, and they are not brothers either. We all just have the last name Hall it's for some reason. That's a very common name in storm chasing. Currently, Summertree, Sloan, Madisonville, Meltonville, Gluckstadt, Canton, and Ternetta need to be taking shelter ahead of this storm, as it looks like it continues to have the ability to produce a tornado. However, it does look slightly less concerning than it did moments ago. We've seen this happen a lot, though, with storms like this. They'll look concerning for a little while and then not, and pulse in and out, and so we're not letting our guard down, but it is going through a little bit of a hard time right now. Tornado warning continues for Madison and Ridgeland, Mississippi, and Canton, Mississippi until 9:45 p.m. Central. Chris Hall's about to get overtaken by the rain and the rear flank as well. Definitely some strong winds there. Where's this happening? We're currently looking at Madison and Canton, Mississippi. More specifically, the camera views there are north of Jackson, Mississippi, in Madison County. Yeah, the circulation is a lot more broad at this moment. I think that there's a chance that it dropped a brief tornado a moment ago, and it looked like it was going to try to, kind of get worse from that point, but we just got a really rough look on the radar, and now it looks like it's going through a sloppy period. I don't know how long that'll last, or if that's going to be it for this storm. We will stick with it for a while and see. Definitely a strong storm even without the tornado. You can see from our storm chaser streams there, it's got torrential rain, lots of lightning, wind. Don't think we've got much in the way of hail. Yeah, it looks a lot more sloppy now. You still got to be in your safe spot, though, in Madison County, Mississippi. Please wait for that tornado warning to be expired before you come out. A report from another storm chaser that there's a lowering on the QLC, or on the storm that we're looking at. We definitely realized the window of opportunity, like we were talking about earlier, where these storms got a lot stronger and had the ability to, take advantage of the wind shear and try to produce a tornado. I don't know if we're finished. I think that we've still got some time left with this storm trying to do just that again before we call it a night. Notice how the rest of the line is still slanted too, and how the part that we're most concerned about right now is a little bit more straight up and down. So we'll see if any more parts of these lines start to really try to surge out. But let's hope that this continues to go down the trend of becoming sort of outflow dominant, and our tornado warning is allowed to expire, and we call it a night. If not, though, we're going to be here with you as long as we need to be. Skipper says, y'all are in my neck of the woods. We got an update from the Storm Prediction Center. Tornadoes and wind damage possible over the next couple of hours, pretty much for the areas in front of this storm. It tried awfully hard, that's for sure. Another storm to look at is going to be this one a little bit farther to the south and west in southwest Mississippi near Roxy. It's in a little bit of a radar hole, but we've got some rotation in the upper levels as seen from a distance from the radar in Louisiana north of New Orleans. So we're going to watch that one. It's in a very favorable environment. It's got there's a lot of instability down there. The wind profile is also favorable. So we're watching that one and this one now. And the whole line looks to be pretty intense. And as far as heavy rain and lightning and thunder and stuff like that goes, but there's only a couple places where we're actually seeing rotation try to come about here. We've got a new tornado warning. Still no sound. But new tornado warning for leak in Madison County as in Mississippi. Once again, that's leak and Madison counties in Mississippi. It's going to be up here. It's an extension of our warning for that we just talked about in Canton and Madison. Now, Madison, the biggest part of the storm is past you, but the rain and the heavy thunderstorm is about to start just now. Canton, you still need to be in your safe spots, but eventually this is going to move on up into the Sharon, Chaco, Farmhaven, Afoma, and Carthage area in Mississippi. So you guys need to be taking shelter up there, okay? It's a big warning. It's a real big warning. It just in terms of its size, literally. Carthage, Mississippi. Yep, you need to be taking shelter. You're under a tornado warning. It'll be a while before the storm gets there, though.
Hey Ryan, just a note about this tornado warning. Its duration is over an hour and it does not expire until 10:45 Central Time.
Wow. That's an interesting move from the National Weather Service there, but they've got confidence that this thing's going to continue to have the ability to produce a tornado for well over an hour as it travels up the Highway 35 corridor towards Marydale, Mississippi. So we've just got to stick with it and watch it. Right now, the rotation is not much, but the structure of the storm is still supportive of a potential tornado. So we'll see if we get an ingestion of some more inflow winds or something. Okay, so the tornado warning lasts for an hour, over an hour. So we're going to be sticking with it during that period. I've got to get myself something else to drink. I'll be right back. Andy, if you'd like the floor, you have it.
Thank you, Ryan. Yeah, I'm watching multiple areas that are trying to do the same thing as our current supercell is near Canton, Mississippi. Down the line, we have a little bit more instability and just a little less low-level shear, I would say. down the line to the south, that is. So I'm watching two areas that are also trying to do similar patterns. It's all about pattern analysis. And when you start to see maybe an embedded supercell push forward a little bit, I put my eye on that and I watch the progression of it. Is it going to continue pushing out further forward? If it does, maybe it starts to form a hook. And we saw that exact sequence with the current tornado warned storm, which goes all the way to the north and east through the northern half of Leake County in Mississippi. The areas that I'm concerned with that look similar and may try to do the same thing in a similar environment are the areas just to the west of Hazelhurst, and also just off to the north of Meadville in Mississippi. That's in Copiah County and Franklin County. A new tornado watch has been issued. I hear Chris. Don't worry. Sorry if I talk over him. So those are the two areas that are starting to actually replicate the same motion. And right now they're not warned, but I would be watching out ahead of those south along Interstate 55. Is he still talking? No. Okay, we're good. The storm chasers come in, and the only way I can hear them is through Ryan's speaker that goes into his room and like bounces off the wall into his mic. That is the reason why I usually talk over the chasers, because I don't have a way to directly hear them. I just have to rely on Ryan's mic picking them up just barely enough so I can listen in, because as some of you may know, there is quite a bit of delay watching the YouTube stream, which, by the way, you can fix by speeding up the video player to 2x speed. That'll get you down to about 5-second latency instead of 25 seconds. Quick tip for those on watching on YouTube. So yeah, those two areas, Ryan, is what I'm watching. I guess technically three, but the two that I'm most concerned with are west of Hazelhurst. To the south, there's already some weak rotation there. And we've got the somewhat side-lobed mesocyclone aloft near Meadville, further south and west. Those are both punching forward.
Hey, Ron, it's Chris. Do you have a copy?
Just like we saw with our current tornado-warned storm.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. Guys, that's meteorologist Andy Hill filling us in as I went to go get another drink and strap in for the next hour or so while we track this storm, and maybe even more as things continue to look more and more impressive as time goes on. We just got a ping from Chris as well. What did he say?
Hey, Ron, it's Chris. Do you have a copy?
Yes, sir. What's up, Chris?
Hey, bud, we are on I-20 East. If you can't hear, it's raining. Absolute cat and dogs. We decided to drop south. We left that tornado warning. Storms to the south are starting to catch my attention, just like the other one just did. We're going to go a little bit east and get ahead of this squall line, and if we have to drop south, we will. We're going to try to parallel this line as it moves on off to the east, because those storms down around Brookhaven, down on 55, are starting to look about the same way as the one that just put down a potential brief tornado. It's starting to look about the same way. So
okay, so Chris is heading south. He's going to go after these storms a little bit south of Jackson, which is looking like that's where our attention is going to be kind of moving to, as most of the interesting stuff is starting to happen down there. Now, we only have one tornado warning, and it is for Carthage and Redwater and St. Anne up here in Mississippi. The good news is the storm that sparked this tornado warning was certainly concerning, and I believe it may have even produced a tornado for a brief period of time. But the mechanism that produced that tornado, the thing that was causing that, is mostly gone. So I'm thinking that there's a good chance that this won't produce another tornado. It very well could, and that's why there's a tornado warning, and you need to be in your safe spot. But there's no need to panic. If you're in Thomastown, Singleton, Coosa, or Marydale, you should be in your safe spot. But I think everything's going to be okay. A little bit farther to the south, we're probably going to see a similar thing happen as to what we just saw with the storm up here, with maybe a couple of different storms down here. We got the one approaching Hazelhurst and Crystal Springs, and then we've got the one down here east of Roxy now, moving towards Brookhaven, and Wesson. And the whole line looks pretty intense. I'm still surprised there's not more severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm sure that there's some gusty winds and some hail with all of these, and they're going to be moving in fairly quickly here. Right now, Jackson, Mississippi is getting a downpour, probably some small hail. We're going to watch that move in through this camera, which still the daggone clouds are moving so fast. It's eerie. Yeah, Jackson, you guys are getting a big storm right now, but the tornado threat is really low in Jackson right now. Okay, there we go. We got a big severe thunderstorm warning there that covers several counties and goes all the way up into Hazelhurst and Crystal Springs. 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's what that's going to be for. So, yeah, now you're under a severe thunderstorm warning all up and down the I-55 corridor between Brookhaven and Crystal Springs. Strong winds and the chance of a tornado trying to spin up, maybe, in the future. Anything going on in Indiana? Not much. All the action right now is in Mississippi for the most part. Yep, there is the tornado watch. It includes most of Mississippi, especially the south central portions of Mississippi. The greatest tornado threat is right in front of where these storms are, though. Right in here. Over the next little bit, that's where the greatest tornado threat's going to be. That includes Forest, Newton, McGee, maybe over there towards Meridian, maybe as far east as Laurel. This is that camera just to the east of Jackson, Mississippi, showing those incredibly fast-moving low clouds once again, and the storm's getting very close to this camera. Up towards Tupelo, Mississippi, there's not much going on right now. Don Peterson, thank you so much for that. what's with the east to west cutout in the line. This right here is just an artifact. It's not real. Like the storm doesn't actually split there. There is a water tower or something near Whitfield that is blocking the radar essentially. So yeah, it's really close to the radar, and it's causing it always does. Like this has been here as long as we've been doing this, and it's always a question that gets brought up, and that's the problem there. We still have one tornado warning in effect for Leake and Madison counties in Mississippi. That is probably going to be allowed to expire before too long. The city of Brandon Water Tower. So it's literally right next to the right next to the radar. If there's anything that we hope the tornado hits tonight, it's that water tower, and that's it. And they'll build it back in a place where it doesn't cause a huge hole in our radar coverage. Yeah, seeing a lot of tree damage reports coming out of the Clinton, Mississippi area from earlier. Still not sure if that's tornado damage or not, but the radar did indicate that there could have been at least a brief spin up there. That's been the most interesting thing that's happened today by far. It's only 1,300 feet away from the radar. Yeah, that's too close. Edward Vance, thanks for becoming a member. Ty, thanks for that. Is Lauderdale, Alabama going to get hit? Yep, but it's not going to be bad. So, once again, if you're just now tuning in, we're doing severe weather coverage here. We've got a tornado warning for Leake in Madison County, Mississippi, but it's not doing much. We're expecting that to be allowed to expire here before too long. And then we've got a severe thunderstorm warning that we're watching a little bit farther to the south. If the tornado warning is allowed to expire here soon, we're going to stick around just for a little bit to watch this little notch in the storm south and west of Hazelhurst, and the one a little bit to the north of that, just to see if anything comes of it. And if nothing does, we'll probably wrap it up for the night. But even when we end this stream, it's important for you guys to know that that doesn't mean that the weather stops happening. You've got to find another way to get warnings. You've got to make sure that if you're in the path of these storms, you have some way of knowing when there's a tornado warning so you can take shelter and you're not scared, but rather prepared. So there is a tornado report, actually, from the storm that went north and west of Jackson earlier. Emergency Management reported a tornado near Kickapoo Road in Clinton. So now we've got an official tornado report on the board. One of the 2 storm reports that we've gotten today. Nashville, Tennessee will get hit by some rain and some storms, but it's not bad. It's not going to be bad. In fact, it's happening right now. It'll just get a little bit heavier early in the morning.
Hey, Ryan, throwing it back to whenever we was looking in Clinton North, seen a really low lowering. I think that might have been our brief tornado just north of Clinton. That would explain a lot, especially with the amount of lightning and the way that the winds were shifting. We were probably a mile, maybe, or a mile and a half away from it. We did see that really low lowering as well, though, so wouldn't be shocked. And I seen that was confirmed. I wouldn't be shocked if there wouldn't be more reports come from that.
It's Chris. He was very close to where that tornado report came in, and we heard him when he was talking about the lowering there, and I wouldn't be surprised either to hear more about that. We have been streaming now for 7 hours, and just like that, they have canceled the tornado warning. We now have no tornado warnings. We still have the big severe thunderstorm warning down here at Crystal Springs and Hazelhurst, though. So we're going to watch it for, let's call it 15 minutes, and if we don't have any major things happening after that, we might start wrapping it up. Chandra is telling me that for those of you who legitimately wanted this, and I don't blame you, it is available now. ShopRyanHall.com. We've got no, we have no sponsor for today's live stream. So any and all support would be greatly appreciated. Nothing more is required of you other than just being here with us. You're doing enough just by giving us the ability to do this. But the website is cool if you want to go check it out. It allows us to do 7 hours, sometimes 11, 12 hours of nonstop continuous weather coverage with no commercial breaks. And yeah, it's right there. And for those of you who were wondering earlier, if you just scroll down a little bit, the Tempest weather system is on here too. Highly recommend it. If you're just now tuning in, what are you doing? It's 11 p.m. We've been going for 7 hours. Where have you been? We have a 10% hatch risk of tornadoes. We're covering that. We have had no tornadoes as far as we know. There's a chance we might have had a brief one up there northwest of Jackson, Mississippi. Currently, things are in a little bit of a lull. We don't have a major tornado going on or about to go on. We're watching a couple storms south of Jackson, but it looks like things are going to be mostly tame, hopefully for the next little bit. So we might wrap up the stream here before too long, but we're going to stick around at least until 11:15 Eastern, just to ensure that no new information comes in that entices us to feel like we need to stick around. Okay. Yeah, I think we're up to 3 reports now. The R logo is based off of my name, Ryan Hall, and the meteorological symbol for thunderstorms. Lori, thank you so much for that. Steve Brown, I just want to say, he said, I just want to say thanks to you and your crew. I was driving through the mess on March 14th from Indiana to Missouri. Listened to y'all the whole time. Thanks for guiding me through it. No problem, Steve. I'm glad you found us. I'm glad we were able to help you. I'm glad you're all right. I'm glad you were able to avoid all of the obstacles that were likely in your way. Any news on Florence, Alabama? It's going to storm over there this evening, but not, or early in the morning, but it's not going to be anything crazy. Laurel, Mississippi, these storms will eventually make it over there to you. They could be strong and continuing to try to produce tornadoes at that point, so you gotta be weather aware tonight and have some way of getting warnings, because I will not be live by the time they get to Laurel. The boy Trevor says, why do some states turn on the tornado sirens for thunderstorm warnings? Indiana does it, but it's confused people. The last storm, blah, blah, blah. That is, so sometimes you get different tiered warnings for severe thunderstorm warnings. There's a severe thunderstorm warning, a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, and a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Some places will sound the alarm for a considerable or destructive. I think it's a good idea to sound it for a destructive. So yeah, if you've noticed that that's been happening recently, especially, it's likely due to that. You've had a higher echelon warning for your county, a severe thunderstorm warning, and the sirens have been sounded for that. Got one severe thunderstorm warning. It's got a tornado possible tag on it. Wind 60 miles per hour. Hazelhurst, you're included in this. A little bit of rotation down here. Mostly contaminated, but it is rotating a little bit. Sir Roadkill, Ryan, can you mention the high winds here in North Mississippi? Yeah, so everybody out in front of the line here, and the line's much bigger than what you can see. It goes plumb up into Tennessee, back into Kentucky. But everybody in this general area is experiencing some pretty strong winds, and also back farther to the west as well on the other side of the low pressure center. And that's why they've got blizzard warnings. But these winds are just, out ahead of the storm, and, they're going to continue to move east as the storms move east as well. So we're going to see some strong winds in central Kentucky tonight, probably middle and east Tennessee. It's not going to cause widespread power problems or a lot of trees to fall or anything like that, but isolated incidents of that happening are definitely possible. We've got power outages up and down parts of northern Mississippi right now. I expect to see pockets of counties with a couple hundred here, a couple hundred there without power as we go through the night. Somebody in chat said next week looks interesting as well. Welcome to spring. Next week always looks interesting. It's and it likely will be. I mean, obviously, there's going to be a period here where almost every week we have some sort of storm system that we're tracking. So buckle in, subscribe to the channel. I'm going to go live always as long as there's a 10% hatch risk of tornadoes or Category 1 hurricane at least making landfall, or a blizzard warning that encompasses a certain area. I don't know. I haven't really nailed down the winter storm criteria just yet. Love it. And Light said, Ryan, you should chase and let Andy host your channel while you're on the ground. We have done that before. It's really fun. I love doing that, and we will probably do that at least a couple of times this year. I've got a really awesome storm chasing truck just sitting out there collecting dust. I gotta get some use out of it. I just heard the wind outside. I'm assuming that we're starting to get a little bit gustier here, but we're still it's a constant wind at around 6 to 10 miles per hour still, but that gust that I just heard was a little bit higher than that, I believe. Down to 60 degrees now here at the Weather House. It's called Hall Force 1. Yeah. That's what we call it. All right, y'all. It's 11:16. Andy, what do you think about this storm down here near Hazelhurst? What do you think about it, man?
I'm just watching it, Ryan. I'm waiting for it to do something. And right now, if you're asking what I think about it right now, I think it's side lobed, so we can't tell very much about what's happening. But there is at least a mesocyclone you can see from the Hammond, Louisiana radar, which is the new New Orleans location. So it does show that it's rotating. But what I think is you have to give it 20 minutes if you really want to know what it's going to do. Simply put.
All right. Thank you, Andy, meteorologist Andy Hill. And, all the way across Mississippi tonight, that's probably how it's going to go. We're going to have storm after storm, and we need another 20 minutes to figure out what's going to happen with it. And, one of these might end up putting down a tornado. It's very possible. That's why we've got that 10% hatched risk. So we need everybody to be hyper weather aware tonight in Mississippi. By the time these storms get into Alabama, for the most part, they're going to start weakening, and the threat will transition from wind and tornado to mostly wind and some heavy rain. So, just have some way of getting warnings tonight. Know what you're going to do if that warning comes through, and you're going to be fine. All right. I do think that we're going to have to end the stream here. We've got we started our day at the 8 a.m., 9 a.m. Now we're going on 7 p.m. here, and I don't think we're going to be needed here for too much longer. So I appreciate everybody for joining the stream. We've once again, for our least active stream ever as far as weather goes. It's been amazing to talk with you all and answer questions and all that good stuff. We've had 1 million people tune in today, even though nothing really happened for the most part. So I appreciate y'all. That means that what we're doing is working. We're getting the word out there. And hopefully it'll be a while before I see you again on a live stream. But it is spring. It's tornado season, so it probably won't be too long, okay? Next time, it's likely going to be more action-packed. There's going to be more things happening, unfortunately, because that's just the way it works. So it's been nice talking to you, but next time I think it's going to be a little bit more focused on the storms. I will have a couple new videos this week. At either tomorrow or the next day, our Y'all Squad video for our efforts in Ohio is going to be up. And then later this week, we're going to have a main channel video talking about the solar eclipse. And, we're going to be guessing pretty much if it's going to be cloudy. We'll have a more in-depth explanation of what kind of actual forecast we're going to have closer to the event on the extra channel. Look forward to that this week. And then hopefully, once again, we'll see you next week in more main channel videos and extra videos and not live streams. Huge shout out to meteorologist Andy Hill today for being awesome and killing it. And huge shout out to Chandra and Allie and Frank and Kenzie and Riley and all the storm chasers and everybody that it takes to make this happen. And also a huge shout out to everybody in the chat and everybody that joined the Discord server and followed me on Twitter. Thanks for giving us an awesome job, and thanks for letting us have the biggest and most amazing weather community on Earth. That's it. I'm done. I'll see you guys soon. Good night.